And do you think I should say good morning, XML Prague? Second day will start.
This will take a lot of time.
Yeah, but okay, we don't have. So, good morning, everybody. I hope you have slept well and enjoyed the social dinner yesterday. And we will start with the third day of XML Prague, second day of regular sessions. But before we will start, Mohamed will introduce some another sponsors who are making this thing happen.
Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Andreas Jung, and that's actually my fifth XML Prague conference. And at my first conference in 2015, my project Print CSS Rocks was actually born. So what is Print CSS Rocks project? It's a vendor-neutral and completely independent platform portal. The URL is printcss.rocks, and it basically contains information about print CSS, which is basically a process going from HTML and XML as input, plus CSS for styling, and all that information to PDF. It's actually not a new approach. The first ideas were basically born in 2003 with the first commercial tool, Print XML. And we have been using Print CSS. It wasn't called Print CSS at that time in 2004 in production already. And yeah, so it's a new, and if you have any information or want to have some consulting services, just get in touch with me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So that was one of our sponsors. We have plenty of sponsors. And we have a Pink Rabbit sponsor,
yes,
which is anonymous. There's no name.
Yes, hello, good morning. My name's Andrew Sales from schematronis.org, and I can confirm that the appearance of the schema troll on the XML Prague website is not a mistake. That is the logo of schematronis.org, as well as being the Schematron mascot. Schematronis.org is the home of the Schematron mailing list, so please sign up if you haven't already. Tony Graham and I ran the meetup on Thursday, and it was great to see so many people there. We're also in discussion with Markup UK about a Schematron happening in London in June. I know a guy, so maybe we can sort something out. And lastly, I would second Gerrit's comments yesterday about participation. I think unconferences are a good way in particular if you feel intimidated by the prospect of presenting. So I'd encourage anyone and everyone to participate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. So how about Speed Data?
Yeah, hello, I'm Patrick from Speed Data. Good morning! Hello, George.
Oh, that's George.
Yeah, I know, but good morning anyway. I have not prepared anything. It's, I think it was a bit late last night, so I just want to say thank you for organizing the conference. It's always a pleasure. I have stopped counting how many times I've been here.
Long time.
So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. So.
Okay, I will introduce myself. Hello, everyone. I'm Boris Lehečka. I work in the Czech Language Institute of the Czech Academy of Sciences almost for 20 years. I work with digital editions of Old Czech text and with Old Czech dictionaries, mostly. I'm also vice president of Czech Association for Digital Humanities. We have logo here, CZADH. And this association is just 3 years old. Last November, when Jirka started asking me about my sponsorship of this conference, it faced me with a dilemma of sponsoring XML Prague or buying new shoes. And
ask Liam.
And I'm very proud that so many people, not only in this room, can benefit from my decision. Thank you to organizers, thank you to presenters, thank you, you as attendees.
Yeah, thank you.
Please open your mind, for example, by left angle bracket. Enjoy the rest of this conference, and I hope we will see next year again, even if I don't know exactly what will be the next thing I will not buy.
Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning. I'm Mike Miller from Antenna House. And again, it's a pleasure to be sponsoring or helping to sponsor XML Prague. Antenna House strongly believes that the work of this conference is very valuable, and it's something we were going to continue to sponsor for at least as long as I'm with Antenna House. I'm pretty old now, but I plan to be around for a while yet. So it's good to see about the 40 of you that made it this morning. It was a good night last night.
Yeah.
Thank you for once again having a good social event in the program. So if you haven't had an opportunity, do stop up and say hello at the Antenna House table. I've still got a few rulers, a few pens left. So feel free to come by and take them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you for all of you. XML Prague would be definitely not the same without you guys.
Yep. Go to right, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, I'm online. Good morning, everybody. I'm Roland Homs. I'm from the Dutch Central Bank. Even though I'm also a personal consultant, some fiscal rulings in the Netherlands prevent me to be employed at the Dutch Central Bank, being a private consultant. So I'm a fixed contract. Next to me, your half-god Geert, who is trying to solve my problem. I'm gonna put forward our problem at the central bank that we detected about 3 to 5 years ago. And as an architect, I designed a construction that required help from outside because we didn't have enough expertise. When the angle brackets came in, enter Geert. The central bank is the supervisor in the Netherlands on the whole of the financial sector, which is extraordinary in Europe because most of the countries have different organizations to supervising their financial markets. As you can see, we are supervising anything that does anything in financial transactions, whether it be a bank, an insurance company, or pension funds, or anything like that. On the other hand, we are being forced to report to European institutions like the ECB, the central bank in Frankfurt, or EIOPA for insurance industry in Frankfurt, or even on a global scale to the IMF for the World Bank, etc. They are expecting reports from us too. When I got back about 5 years ago into the central bank, the organization was completely decentralized. So we had the division of statistics were aiming at collecting all the data that is necessary for making reports, broken up into business units that were completely independent. So they had their own IT, they had their own IT solution in exchanging the data. So they were putting forward their own format obligations to the market and their own reports to the central organizations. This was less perfect because we had a couple of thousands of reporters reporting to us in all kinds of formats. It's because these business units were free in what they were asking. So from Excel to X-oriented languages, anything was possible. The channels that we're using, everything was free for these divisions. The new kid on the block came in about 2012 or 13, was mentioning XBRL. the XBRL syntax that was designed for business reporting, maybe some of you know this language, is specialized for supervisors to collect financial data from commercial ventures. And DNB, as an organization, didn't know XBRL at all. And this is where the IT department saw their chance to get some centralized processing in place instead of having all the divisions doing, or all the departments in the division do it independently. They hired me for creating some kind of a flow or automated XBRL processing, so collecting it, validating it, and reporting it back to the ECB, etc. And about 1.5 years later, that was a satisfactory solution for them. And half a year later, they were calling me again to say, well, can you clean up all this other mess of reporting syntaxes we have in this organization? One of these, the assignment said that they wanted to have a limited number of syntaxes put upon the market to restrain any administrative burden. You can understand that if you're a bank and there are 6 business units of the DNB asking for reports in all kinds of formats, and maybe even asking the same data twice in different reports because they have a different take on why they want to have these figures, that is pretty cumbersome and expensive. You have to understand that anything the central bank does is a cost to the reporters. There's no added benefit for them. So they want to minimize cost, and the central bank is also interested in downgrading costs for these commercial ventures. We were inventing that we were trying to limit to 2 formats on collecting the data, and unfortunately we are in no position to negotiate any format exchanges with the institutions that are being phrased upon us. So we went with a solution approach that we said, well, okay, we have one thing that is stable, that is the database. We have one thing that is stable, that is the portal, and all the rest is negotiable. With this solution, with this frame of the solution that we had to work in, we went to, in this case, Geert. We said to him, we want to have one central format that comes from the database and put that in all the formats that need to go outside. So we're having two kind of focuses here. On the reporter side, we have only 2 formats coming in, and on the outside going 5 formats going out. And internally, we work with only 1 format based on our database. So I put forward to him, I want to have a separation of concerns. The syntaxes that are being put on the business units cause them to create a kind of panic because they're really good in explaining what kind of semantics they need to report, but they don't know anything about angle brackets or curly braces or whatever they want. So the IT department does the curly brackets or the other kind of brackets that we needed, and the department worries about the semantics that's being conveyed. And in this transformation, we need to map what is in our database to whatever the institution wants from us. So we create something that is dedicated for the business to transform what is in our database into what our institution wants, and then IT department comes in and transforms it to the syntax and the encryption and anything they need and being put upon us. And this is where Geert steps in.
Thank you, Roland. Roland is very modest. Good morning, by the way. I'm good? Yes. Roland is very modest because he makes it sound as if I had all the fun, but basically we had all the fun together. So we very soon came to the conclusion that what we wanted in between to sort of as a common ground was the main specific language, and for various reasons we decided to express that in XML, especially because then we could validate it before we send it into the transform. So we wanted a domain-specific language for business users to express what they wanted in the output without really caring about what the, roughly not caring about what the output format would be, whether JSON, CSV, or one of the more complex like SDMX, or XBRL, sorry. But there's a variety in business users. A lot of the business users just want to see Excel, and then there are quite a bit of business users that are very keen on sort of having this more like a programming language. So there were quite a bit of tensions that you have to take into account. Either, well, how many features do we want to give? How much power do we give to the business user? And on the other hand, not scare away the business users that just want a plain and simple thing. And then whatever you convert, we didn't do any code generation, which means there's a lot of technical restrictions. A report expressed in what later became the Nederlandse Bank XML format. So our input is a very tabularized XML. Roughly, it's a root element with child elements, and all the row or all the fields are expressed as attributes. So that's always what we get in. And, but that could be like 100K, but it also could be a few gigabytes. So there comes streaming. And we didn't want to do code generation. We wanted to sort of interpret the template that says, this is what we want, have the data in, and merge it, and have the output. And so what I will show next is just some business requirements. Did I say everything? Oh, a good one is we started off with CSV, but the thing is, a month or so down the road, maybe 2, we had CSV in production. So you make decisions about a domain-specific language business users would use, and then you put that in production, and then you say, okay, now we've got CSV, let's do something more complex. So yeah, after a month, you do a training to the business people saying like, oh, the training we had last month, let's forget that because we had to make some changes. Not very much, but so that was an interesting touch. What we're talking, interestingly, during the break yesterday, George suggested that it would be good to hear success stories. So George, I'm very happy. I consider this a success story. So, but there was some, there is no rocket science. This is what I wanted to say. So we consider this a success story. There's no, those who fancy like exciting XSLT or rocket science, I have to disappoint you. We got this thing working, and we got it really well. I think we got it working really well. And a lot of people have done this. So what I would like to emphasize is, doing this, we found some challenges, and each challenge in each project is different. So you cannot copy this, and I hope you sort of learn of the challenges we had and give that a thought. This slide is yeah, well, Lego bricks. I think you mentioned the first time you saw this. But I try to visualize the complexity of what we need. And doing a tabular XML, or what we consider a tabular XML into CSV is no science at all. We've all that a zillion times before. All have done that a zillion times before. But I'm just setting the scene. What we have on the left is a representation of the DMB XML format. It's box in box. So it's a box, it's a root, it's rows, it's fields, and we need to translate that in something similar, just like a collection of fields with some separation. But what I'm showing there is we need the possibility to drop a column, to indicate which column to drop. We need the possibility to add a header row, and we need the possibility to drop some rows. And we also, and that's why there is this little crippled square, we need to give the users, the business users, the power to indicate this particular column here we want to do some operations on. So I'm not sure this is very clear. I put some colors in there. but this sort of sets the requirements. And the impact on the language, I'm not sure this is very readable. It doesn't really matter as such. It's easy. You just express in your template that you have rows and you have fields. And there are a certain set of attributes. I'm just saying, sometimes you want matching, like you say there is this attribute in the start format, and I want to match that on a particular output field in the CSV. And the name thing here is the header of the CSV. Sometimes you want to push this through a mapping table. There is codes in the databases of the Nederlandse Bank, and at the end there is codes that are expected from all of these instances that want your reports, and you sort of want to map them. The business knows that, so you want to have a value, send it to a mapping table, and replace it with the mapping value. No rocket science in there. Sometimes you just want a literal column, not very much in CSV, but in the other formats we would have that a lot. Sometimes you want to do processes. And I'm going to already give away something. There is this last field has a process which is, the attribute process is hash read reduced car set and then hash read datetime. It basically means it's a token referencing a function, and it's a function called on the result found in this case, reprev date attribute in our source. There's two functions applied on one single value. So we had to use, or we were very happy to use higher order functions for getting there. And then it stops. No. Okay, a quick word on mapping. I already did that. So we have this mapping table per project. Business fills that in, or our business analysts fill that in. They say the mapping table, in this case, read legal proceedings, I guess. An X is mapped into a 0, and a little bit below, everything 11001 is mapped to S11. So there's a sort of balancing act there. It gets more interesting, so we've now set the scene. It gets more interesting if we start talking about, when we start talking about SDMX, because that's a lot more complex, because now business users want, and I hope the image clarifies something, but the business users want to use some cells to put in a header. And then they want to do some grouping. So they want to flow through the table, and all the blue boxes need to get in a container for blue boxes, a group. The green as well, but before that we need the protocols explained. So we already need to know the groups in the beginning, and all of this is streaming. And they also want to express a number of hierarchical containers. So I just showed here, there's the blue group, inside there is a container, and then there is the data in a separate row-like container. But it could go deeper. So here's an example of what we did in the template header. There's a technical thing we need to work on the namespaces. And again, we have a header with fields. The interesting thing there is that we had to come up with something semantic naming, because we just don't want the field-to-field mapping. Sometimes we want to construct something like a sender object, which was then constructed from 3 fields. And that's why we have semantic naming. It's something known by the software as we don't just have to make this a field, name, but we have to make this a construct. And in the template body, is the code actually visible? Yeah, okay. We used screenshots for doing this, and I'm not sure how it comes, but okay. What you just see here is a group, so we wanted to have a grouping construct to indicate we need a container here. And some of the attributes from the source data actually go into as dimensions, it's called in SDMX. And then we need like grouping, a different level of containers. We might have different groupings in there as well. And that's about it. So we wanted to keep this as simple as possible. I might just say that we have group by for grouping, but we also have some sort of a case construct, which is then group when. But that's where we wanted to stop. Like, the business people know sort of the context. They know, like, we've got containers here. They know we've got observations and dimensions, and they might be grouped. That's what they understand. So most of them can deal with a group and a group by without thinking about get the namespaces right, get the names right of the output. So by complexity, it stops there. XBRL is a bit more of the same thing, except that we've got multi-part grouping there, so grouping based on more attributes, and sometimes it's just one. It indicates per row you evaluate how many fields you have to use in your grouping construct. Not much to do on the templating side there, because all the logic is based on values in the output format. So that's a task for those who did the table format or the DNB XML. So I told you this. Here's where the fun was, developing this language and the constant pressure of making sure you get this right, because it needs to be powerful yet simple. And that's a constant pressure, because we want to put more functionality, but then you get more complexity. And at the end of the day, we had to do 5 XSLTs, and all this stuff needed to be streaming. I'm not going to do a streaming XSLT course. I just want to point out some things we discovered along the way that could be interesting for those that never got into streaming XSLT at all. Basically, I think you have to understand we did not do code generation, which means that you're constantly swapping your context from the data that flows in and your template you have in your memory, and you're constantly swapping, yet still keeping this as streaming. So what we found earlier, one of the powerful things of streaming, in my opinion, is I think that you know when to stop streaming. The reason we chose for streaming is not because it's fancy, because, well, sometimes you have to send in a document a couple of gigabytes, and then you want to do this context swapping all the time. And, well, the good thing is that you know when you understand that you have to stop streaming. Like, okay, here I can just put this in memory and work from there. So what I wanted to point out here is, we have a variable here where we have the complete dimension, so that's part of the template language in memory by using copy of. And the second example is where we did grouping on multiple attributes. Then it's very interesting to just do a copy of all the attributes and send it to a function, creating the sorted hash. So copy, whenever you think, I don't need streaming at this point, make your life easy and just copy the thing. But think about when you can stop streaming. And the other thing is that this is a lifesaver, is XSL fork. If you remember, you need to create a header at the start, a header at the bottom. Just split the stream, go fork. Fork is really, really good, and we didn't experience any performance problems. I think you're still streaming, but you're splitting, so that means, I guess that, I'm looking at Michael now, that means that you're just doing a lot of output buffering?
Yes, you're sending the input to multiple processes,
Yeah.
and then buffering the output and re-sending it at the end.
Yeah, so thank you. So for those who didn't understand Michael's comment, you're sending it to multiple processes and you buffer until you sort of bring them together at the end. Thank you. And higher order functions. So yeah, no need to go into this code, but look into it. If you want to sort of have a token that later then executes as a function, there's quite a bit of functionality in the higher order functions for that. I'm losing this. Oh, it's you again.
Thank you. Well, the solution that's been put forward by Geert, and okay, we discussed it, so I guess some of it was mine, but not on the XSLT part. That created the possibility for us to centralize the whole exchange part. So the transformation is just a single service in a complete integration environment. And the good thing is that the business units are no longer in control. The business units are in control on semantics, but not on syntax anymore. And it's easy for them to develop two files that are dealing with their semantics. The naming from the database that we are storing to the naming of the institution that wants to receive a report from us, and the mapping on some of the codes that we are using and some of the codes that the institution is using. That's it. There's no transformation in data that is really being altered. Otherwise, we would lose track of what we are reporting. The knowledge on the syntaxes is completely on IT, and it is stored now only in just 5 XSLT style sheets. The rest, there's no software anymore that is made by ourselves that understands any of these syntaxes. It's not necessary anymore. We have a specialized query that creates the XML from the database, and that's about it. We've bought the normal software for schema validation and for the XSLT. In this case, we use the Saxonica from Michael in the EE version. Like Geert said, we have hundreds of MBs for an instance, up to 1 or 2 gigs, which makes streaming inevitable if you want to have any kind of response times. All the other stuff that we need from this transformation service is dealt with other services. So also there are no zillion programs anymore in place, and we have just 5 XSTs and 1 transformation service. The new reports that are being envisioned by European institutions, about 6 months every time there's a new idea on what we should be reporting. It takes now days to implement because everything is in a configuration now. They create a template, they create a mapping file, off to the races. There's no intervening of any software developer anymore, which is good. Obviously, you wanted to know what kind of observations we had on this project, and some of them are yours.
Okay, I think the first one is, it just came up a couple of weeks ago. There was this compound keys. So we want, in one of the earlier formats, we want to sort of group based on a couple of keys. And in the SDMX, we did not support that. And then the question is like, where do we fix this? We want to have this on the market in a couple of days. Do we start changing the domain-specific language? Will we then change the XSLT code, or should we just say the people doing the output format, like, can you just take these 2-3 attributes and throw them together? So there's this constant. This is just an example. There's an obvious answer to this specific example, but it makes us think like, if you want something to change, where do you change it? That's an interesting observation. And then there's a constant pressure of getting the balance right. How much functionality? There's requests for functionality. We want to do our own Python function inside this field. Do we allow that? No, we don't. Do we ever want to? I think I'll leave the rest to you, yeah.
The training during the course was a little hampered because we were under time pressure. So once one format was being used, the first one being CSV, which is pretty easy, and obviously you can imagine that the database guy said, well, why do you need all the transformation? I can get CSV from our database and create a query. Why do you do it difficult that way? I wanted to have one solution, and CSV was just a starter. If you're going to explain this to the business, what they need to put in their templates and in their mappings, and you get to the more complex syntaxes like SDMX and XBRL, every time you need to reiterate with these business users, now you have more options because now you want to make this report in XBRL, so you have something extra to have in form, where in the CSV you put just 50 in a column and everybody's happy. XBRL would never accept that, and you need to have the measure there or the dimensions there or whatever you have. The business needs to provide this information, so they had continuing with the training on every time we created a new layer of syntaxes. The main problem, which still exists, is the XSLT 3 support by our own IT department. It is such a small language for us that there's no business case to have someone in there to have a full-time contract and support XSLT when something goes AWOL. We try to have contract with people like Geert to have some kind of emergency, because when in a production environment the style sheet would break, everything, just like a normal reporter does, is being done at 5 to 12. So 5 minutes before midnight, the report is made and being sent off before the obligation has to be met. And so when it breaks, the next morning it's panic, we need to fix it now. Most of the people are not available now if you want to have them external, or it will cost you a lot of money. So that is still a problem. We don't have the employment for somebody to have XSLT in their pockets, but that's the way it is. Small detail, when we report to ECB, AOPA, etc., we get feedback that is sometimes based on processors. So you get an export statement back that there's something wrong, that the XBRL formula 227 has gone wrong. If you put that before the business, nobody knows what to do. So we need something to translate that back to what they know. We haven't solved that one yet. In the end, business users are content. We have created something, I think, that has made a real separation of concerns. And we still have some future plans in our pockets. And the flexibility that we created for ourselves to provide to all 25 institutions that want to have reports from us, we want to bring that to the reporters too, so that they can choose their own syntax to tell us what they need to tell, because we are not interested in the syntax that they provide. We're interested in the semantics. And whether they do that by CSV or XBRL, in the end, we don't care. But that is still a future dream. Please, put your questions forward.
So thank you very much for the presentation. So question from Mike A.
That one's for you.
You think so?
I was involved with a similar project once where we were doing custom reporting and devised a domain-specific language for doing it. And we started by having the XSLT interpret the domain-specific language, and we moved later to compiling it into XSLT. And I got the impression you're interpreting rather than generating XSLT. I wonder if you considered both.
So maybe it is for you. We didn't, well, generating an XSLT from the domain-specific language is something we considered, but we wanted to do that as a last resort. It felt like avoiding risk by just merging the stuff, and then it felt like more control. And maybe something Roland didn't say is it's all in a database. So we've got the XSLT in a database, and we also have the domain-specific language in a database. So you feed the transformer with a bunch of files, and merging them felt more secure. So I might be mistaken, but we basically didn't want to generate the XSLT. I do realize it could have made life a lot easier if we would have done that. But we sort of thought, like, let's do that as a last resort.
But it's also because we only have 5 languages which the XSLT supports a single language. So there was one XSLT who understands XBRL, one who understands JSON, one who understands SDMX. If we had XSLT that were more report-based, because the XSLT doesn't know what the report is all about. It only knows the syntax of that report. So if we would go another way and say we want XSLTs that are report-specific, maybe your way would be the correct way. But now we are limited to, we are supporting only 5 syntaxes, so 5 XSLT, and that's it.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more questions. No, okay, so thank you very much.
There's a, sorry, I would like to point out that for various reasons we decided not to do a paper, which means that there's just a presentation. But please talk to us during the breaks. And for those following a live stream, don't hesitate to send a tweet or an email for questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much again.
Hey, can you hear me? Hi. What? I got it? Sorry. I'm Svante Schubert still, thanks. I'm delighted to be here. Since '99, I'm working on Office formats, and this is my personal definition of done, right? So I asked myself, there was the ACM conference of document engineering last time in Berlin, last year, and I had a lightning talk about this and a poster session, and I was previously asking myself, how can I summarize all this? What are the problems I faced, right? When I can say, okay, now I do something else. I do machine learning. I don't care about Office formats. It's already all done. I cannot do it any better, right? So this is my the goal, the final goal, and you see by the title that I'm a little bit cautious about my delivery dates. And I want to ask you to make this happen, because it's more about tooling, it's more about concept, it's not about killing your beloved formats like HTML, PDF, DocBook. It's more about taking over concept from LaTeX to in a single thing. And I like to offer you a concept that I gathered in the past 20 years. So it's about, I like to focus on 3 things, right? There are many challenges, but one, and that's the main topic, is about collaboration. This have to be in the file format by design and not as an afterthought, like it's currently the thing. The next thing is about, I call it agile standardization. It's standards are the blueprints, like a cooking recipe for cake. It's the blueprint for software, right? And if there's a blueprint for software, then it should be in the agile process. Software is being delivered every day, every week, every minute, and a standard usually 18 months, right? So it doesn't work out so much. And the only way to fix this is to automate this, right? And to make it machine readable, but the main trick is to generate the standard, okay? So, and the last thing, of course, is reactive interoperability layout by design. PDF has now the idea, because they're losing market and mobile space, to put in HTML within the PDF, which is, yeah, I don't state about this, but there might be better things to do, right? And we have tech, but it's hard to get it sold to my mother, for instance, and there's some usability problems from the 80s, and we have to come together and put them all together. That's the main idea. So the first idea is about the first challenge, collaboration. And what I'm asking here is, I want to work with, let's say, all of you, with multiple people, on a single document. We have to deliver a contract tomorrow, right? And I send it to you, and we want to work with different applications, Google Docs, Emacs, XML editors, whatever, okay? So this is the challenge. And why is it a challenge? Because all of these formats are usually from the 80s, right? PDF was made for printing, and I was sitting next to the Adobe inventor a few years ago, and he mentioned, yes, structure was an afterthought, right? It wasn't in the idea, in the mindset. So, so it was for document formats, right? Like Office, ODF, and OXML, they both have change tracking, but what they actually do is they mark the area that you're changing, and you can reject it, right? You can throw it away. But it's hard. They don't know what the change is. So, and the reason for this is simply the requirements were different at that time. We have floppy disk, yes. I used floppy disks exchanging games at school, on the schoolyard. And the modem was sometimes on because it was too expensive. And nowadays we have email and cloud. Well, yeah, that's making it a lot faster. But the only thing is we just only have faster floppy disk. We are not merging. We are not solving the problem of let's do the contract till tomorrow. Here are my copies, right? Please co-work and we merge on it. So all comes down to a single question that we have to answer. What have you changed? Because if I would work with any of you and we'd work on paper, I would call you and say, okay, tell me, what have you changed, right? And the thing is, when you make it on your mind, you would usually say, my mother would answer, okay, there's a table, then there's an image, and there's a paragraph, yes? And then there's the third character I've deleted, right? And that's something that we usually exchange. This is the semantic level. It's not the syntax level. She doesn't know anything about that. So now I solved this. Well, I wrote an application for ODF. I reverse engineering, refactoring ODF. You can do it with any format, right? This is one of the concepts. So on the left side, there is just a simple test document. On the right side, there's just a snippet of it. It's, by the way, it's the ACMN poster. You see, I overtook this. It's the ACMN poster. And every line is a change, right? So I transformed basically the zip document, the zipped XML, to a list of changes, right? It's equivalent. And why am I doing this? This is the software. We called it ODF DOM, sponsored by the Prototype Fund, and there's soon a version. Because zipping software, zipping documents, right, and exchanging those is like software developers who are zipping the source code repositories and sending those and say, hey, my changes are in. Yes, you can take a look at it. And it's incredible. It doesn't answer what have you changed and merge it back. So this is the realm, this is the gate to enter. Think of Stranger Things, or the realm of the changes, right? If you're in the realm of changes, there are other concepts, okay? And we have to leave this 80s concept of zipped things, of final state only. There are more than this, okay? So this is the idea. We stop exchanging documents. Similar like software developer, exchanging commits, yes, which are line-based changes, which don't work for zipped XML. We are going to exchange semantic changes on the semantic object I talked yesterday about. So there's like the guy from LibreOffice here insert a new fourth paragraph, and the guy from the ODF application Word is insert a second one, and this is exchanged. So there might be, and now there have to be a merge from the Google Docs guys, yeah. So, and I'll tell you later how it works. Just an example of semantic thing. As I said, this is, for instance, a simple document. It's a table, an image, and a world, right? Where the W we have marked. And this is just an example for semantic tree. And like, if any Emacs user would like to edit with me, that's possible, right? We now, an Emacs user can, if you license changes, can work on a full feature specification document or contract without breaking it, because he only sees what he knows, and he will not see the image, likely not the table unless he's emulating it by CSV, but he can edit and change the W and send it back to me, for instance, any text, right? And it's merged back in without destroying any unknown feature because we know exactly where it's going, okay? So the Emacs is cool and exciting, but we can do it different. We can also have HTML, right? This is like Google Docs does it all the time. CK Editor 5 is a Polish editor, maybe somebody knows it. And with 4 to 5, they do a complete rewrite because they embrace changes by design, right? Because they say we're getting insane by taking control of changes without having this concept within an application. And because there are no such thing as ODF, there's a subcommittee of changes, right, at ODF, but there's no such thing as a standard change yet, so there have to be a feature dialect because they do not match. And I tested it. You can download it on my GitHub, and within the HTML, there's JavaScript, which is the editor, right? And if I edit it, this is coming out. I just added an event listener, so you can see here They're starting with 0, and I personally start with 1, like XML does, because it's closer to the human semantics. So in the first paragraph, I inserted the 7th character called an X. It's an insert operation. And here, in the first paragraph, from the 4th to 8th character, I make it italic, okay? So these are 2 operations which are very similar to the one that we used for ODF. So we can collaborate. We can work together, okay? Some basics. So it's easy. You're working on the 3rd paragraph. Somebody else inserted the 2nd one. You're moving down, right? I call it like the shell game. Where's my change? Where's my change? But there are other things. Like, there are many ways to create a document. Like, we have A, B, C here. You can start, oh, there's a first user. He's pressing A. He presses B. He presses C. That's the usual way to do it. But there might be someone else starting, oh, I start with C. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot the B. It's coming before. Oh, the A as well. So, in the end, we have 2 different ways of expressing the same document. And you're asking yourself, well, they're actually semantic the same. So it should be possible to transform one to the other. And of course you can do. The fine thing, we just use atomic operations, which is the switch of 2 operations which are in close together, yes? So you see, the C have to go to the bottom somewhere. And by doing this, because there's a time flow, we use some kind of time travel. And remember what I told you some slides earlier. When somebody inserted something in front of you, or above you, then you're being moving around. So in this time, because C was now inserted afterwards, B is in front, and the position changed, right? It goes down, and you do it one. So after a few things, a few steps, right, it's more than a bubble sort. There are more better algorithms, right? But this is a search, and you can normalize it, right? Like the left side. And this, if you this is similar to a document. You can remove the add, you can remove the positions, and you would have something similar to a file format, right? A file format basically is similar to a set of operations, just normalized. Okay, so how about deleting something, right? And I personally think of a stack of card games, right? And you can only, rule of the game, you should only take the, I wanted to say, does anybody has an idea about it? Okay, not without coffee. So we wait, I ask you after the coffee break, and I'll give the answer now. So if you do it simply out, this is the intuitive thing, I take the B out. It won't work, right? Because there's a gap, right? There have to be a sequence there. So what you're doing is, you remove it to the end of the document, okay? So there's 1, 2, and 2, and now you can take away 2 without, there's OT. This is kind of OT here. Sorry. So now you got it done. But you must, well, put the inverse operation here. So a former colleague from Reuters who's now doing a lot of iPad visualization stuff, he said, oh, guys, you just reinvented OT. And yes, so he pointed me to that. But OT is also about merge, and there's what they did wrong, I believe, because I believe they didn't use Git at that time. So this is more the blockchain mode, like you can track everything. It's just like undo, redo, and you save it still, right? I used to say, if I write a love letter, then it might take hours for a first paragraph, and you can have all the tracks with it, but usually you don't like to send it, okay? So you would go for the normalized version. And that's what I'm trying to say. If you have, I wanted to do a lot of, I could have done a lot of more slides, but let's do it very simple here. In Git, software develop is very easy. Yes? Let's say there are 2 developers, one going to the ocean, one to the mountain, and there's one server in the office. The one from the ocean comes back first, and he's pushing his changes, because if we are working alone on a document, just like you work on a branch, right? Every change is a new commit. And you take your branch and commit it to the master, right? The next one is coming in the office, and I cannot push because it has changed. He has to pull first, right? And move his changes back into it, okay? So in the paper that is in the ACM, it's on the GitHub server, it's written in detail, but it's not magic, it's not rocket science, it's just overtaking the Git concept to applying this operation transformation. So there's a subcommittee, and yes, I became a chair, a king with our land. I did a proposal that won against Delta XML and Microsoft XML because I don't want to solve change tracking alone. I said, when we do change tracking, right, we should solve this whole thing. We should solve collaboration as well. And the key ideas were simple. If we want to track changes, we should simply define what a change is beforehand, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense tracking something which Okay. It doesn't make sense tracking something which we are not aware of. And another thing, currently everything is the document, right? If I want to know what you are changed, I would have to read the full document. Doesn't make sense either. So instead, it should be able to point to the document. Like you're a famous author and you have a book on your server, and I'm a reader and you have it read-only. And I want to tell you, oh, in the 1 minute thing that's a paragraph, the second paragraph, second character is a delete, right? A character mistake. Typo. So I give you something like a pull request, yes? And you can decide then, oh, I take it, I don't take. But to be able to do this, I have to make this distinct. I have to be able to count these things. And this counting is on the semantic tree and not on the syntax. So there's a reference implementation soon, but this subcommittee is currently on hibernation because, there's too little implementation. So what's next? I'm going to this ODF toolkit release, this ODF Thomas about, and yes, as soon as I'm ready, I want to exchange it again because it's manually written in 4 years, and it's, I must admit, after I finished the work, I said, oh, I could have done better. So I would like to generate the things, and the reason I want to generate it is because if I generate it from a description, declarative way, like AND is procedural, I did it like the AND way, and I want to do the Maven way, like I want to describe what is the semantic in the grammar. That's why the reason I did do all the graph stuff yesterday. And I want to tell, okay, there's a table. How can I alter it? Oh, there's insert row, right? What happens? How can I map each parameter to XML node changes, okay? So in the end, I would just want to generate software because I want to, of course, have this in Java and Rust. And as I said, if we want to have agile specifications where we can generate things, we have to go this way, okay? And it's nothing new. I'm just reverse engineering. Everybody has a table. Everybody knows there's an injured row, yes? Expect to make characters bold or italic, right? We doesn't have specified it yet. It's just simply underspecified in all the formats. It's all the formats, yes? So we need to generate a change specification now. And it's nothing new. We generated as well. This is from the ODS specification here. Wonderful HTML, I generated it, I told you yesterday. But what's missing, you might say, see, is from the grammar, there's no choice, there's no optional, and there's no sequence within. So we're missing some relax and G here, and I try to overdo it, at least for 1.4, yes. And you know this hash here? It's called a fragment identifier. Every MIND type can have it. And I just stumbled over 2008. I wanted to have by implicit fragment identifier on a semantic level. Like if you have a presentation, there should always, #7 means 7th slide, go for it. On a spreadsheet, you should be able, without putting IDs there, just, oh, go to B5 to C7, there's my data, right? And send it around like pointers to the document, inner pointers, which are implicit. And, or every header, there's a huge HTML document, and then I make Chrome inspect source. Is there any anchor I can reference? No, it's not, right? No, the headings are not by things. This should be done by ELF formats as well. Go more to the semantics. So, there's one thing I would like to talk about. It's for the schematron guys. I told you about yesterday there's the high-level semantic definition of things, and there are 2 XML grammars mapped for this. And we have schematrons for this, right? But we did it duplication of code here. And you know, it's smelly to have duplicated things. So why not doing things like, I made it up here, but it's especially like order date have to be for invoice date, okay? So, but if such a thing is, why not define this on a semantic level and generate it now to the both XML ways, right? Schematron is fine, but we should be able to abstract on a semantic level. It makes it easier to read as well. So I want to have tooling that is able to load schematron on a semantic level. I edit it and save it back again, okay? So there's a lot, and I want to, by the way, with schemas the same way, grammars, right? XML grammars. So maybe if we want to have this tooling, might be to condense the toolkit, so like only have relax and G or XSD being mapped into it. So because in the specifications, you want to only support the last specification version. No, it doesn't scale if I have 100 versions of ODF and you have to implement everything. There's only the last one, and there's open transformations between all of them, okay? So I have to be able to ask, what is the difference between this? What has changed in the XML schema? And this does not have to be on XML level, but on the feature level. I might tell in the end if I got some time. So this is how they do it. And it's a wonderful way. It's very simple. It's a paragraph. There are legal wars about this, right? Because ISO, SAN, in this time SAN, they said, it's meant to be all open source, right? All the schema validation artifacts have been open source. And it was funded by European money on the EU level. But then the SAN, right, they have no the publishing of this invoice standard. So give it to national standard bodies. And all of a sudden, the standard of invoices, 9 PDF, cost 1,300 or 100 euro, right? For 9 PDFs, print once, one person only. And if you want to delay electronic invoicing, getting rid of papers, it's the exactly way how to do it. You put a price tag in. So I consider SAN, ISO, and national standard bodies evil. Oh, no, not I. Somebody said it, and I just okay. No, but it's not scaling here. Yes. So this is public. And it's forbidden. We used to laugh and said, that's the law, the specification that should not be named, because somebody was suing, Italy was suing the national body who were using it, referencing it, and because it's just one person and one print only, you can't refer to it. It was crazy. It's crazy. Standards should be open, and it's like these standardization bodies are just between knowledge and us, right? Same applies for research magazine papers. Anyway, so going back, semantic, left side, syntax, right side. And there's always a mapping, right? What I said, it's these dots between the semantic and the graphs, right? There's one document for UBL XML and the other document for CI unit CFACT XML, okay? And you see a few things. And you got hundreds of pages of table and you receive it as PDF. What can you expect 1,100 euros? So what you have to do is, if you want to implement it, you copy paste everything from this table into your software. Horrible. So I joined this Dean, right? So I paid their 1,300 euro for 3 months. So I get my access to the Office format, which is structured in opposite to PDF, and I was able to write an extractor. So, and the first thing I do, I was saving it to XML because it's wonderful semantically. I still love XML, yes, but and it shows you what the runtime was, what you missed your runtime now. There are some nulls in there, so and that's what you should be doing. And this thing. Instead of extracting it, I'm now trying to become an editor of one of the e-procurement things to push the data into the tables the first hand, right? And I wanted to add this as within the PDF zip, this XML I extracted, but it seems like Dean would like to sell the publication twice, once as data as a service or software as a service, and the other thing as a PDF. Okay. So, long story short, semantic, this is possible mapping it to XML, and it should be machine readable. So, that's what I earlier said. There's this time gap, and the only way to overcome this time trap of gap of agile development and the blueprint is to make it machine readable. But the trick is not to really make it machine readable, but to generate it in the first place. Okay, yeah, that's it. And of course, the test confirmation has to be on the specification level. I'm aware only of the JPEG standard or ISO level that has these tests at the specification level. I was once the W3C as mobile editor because they needed someone doing the work as a junior, and I was in the W3C compound document format and also an ISO level. I'm not sure where, but they said, those tests don't belong here. We don't tell why, we just tell do it, okay? I'm not sure might change this, right? So I want to have tests and conformance like the asset tests. I love them. You open a document and see instantly if the application is applying it, yes? Or I love, can I use .com? It should be part of the standardization, right? And if I want to buy a toaster, I look at this some kind of table, and I want to make deciding a document application as easy as buying a toaster, right? And there should be test read. Maybe you can make the certification for cost the monies because we need money for standardization. I just had an CSS mobile editors and we're lacking of tests and, there's always lack of work. There's so much work on specification, but the bigger companies are only taking, usually, not always, but somehow the ecosystem is not fully functioning. So, in the end, there should be an ISO standard, that's an old slide, but it works with, we have OASIS, ODF specification, so free, and then it goes by fastpath for ISO, right, can be used by governments, but you can always look at these totally similar Oasis spec. That's the work, how it works with ODF, okay? So we have the collaboration API. Of course, that's what we already have, CLI syntax, and we have this reactive interoperability layout, which is, I don't have time to really work into this, but as I said, PDF is, we somehow have to make this happen. And, one idea maybe is the language server protocol. That is what Visual Studio Code, Eric Gamma, and one of the 3 amigos is doing in Switzerland. Instead of everybody has like JavaScript, Python, Java has to be implemented by every editors, they now have a server protocol, the functionality in the one, like doing now completion, diagnostic, hover over, formatting, definition, and Eclipse has the Wild Web Developer project, and they overtook all the HTML, CS work in 1 year from Visual Studio Code, but just by implementing their functionality. And there was a nice, on the FOSDEM conference, it's a nice dev room, and there might be slides on this. This might be even something where we can do algorithms of layout or something. I'm not sure about this. It's beside this. So the very last thing is about the difference between the user view and the syntax view, and this is the most complex example I have. A paragraph, a table, you can do page orientation change, right? It can be landscape or portrait. And as a viewer, I would say, okay, there's just this feature, user, I change the paragraph, now the orientation. It can only be horizontal, vertical, it's like a Boolean flag. It's easy, right? But if you go there, this is the paragraph, it goes to the style is the content XML, goes then to a master page layout. The master page layout goes to the page properties, and there is the actual value. So there's a lot of, I wouldn't say boilerplate, but implementation details, and I would like to declare this, and I would like to generate this. Like, I don't want to implement this all by hand over and over. I think that's all. So to remember, we need to have cross-format, cross-application, offline collaboration. It can work for every format. We have to declare semantics in the change APIs, and it's a very must-have to have machine-readable specs or generate the specification. So, and we can do this by modularizing decentralized editor functionality, of course, like language server protocols. So remember, we love XML, but syntax is volatile. Go for semantics. Embrace semantics. Thank you for listening. Is there time for questions?
Yeah, there is time for questions. So, anyone? Tamir, over there.
Thank you for your talk, Svante. You were talking about layout being interoperable and reactive, and I wonder if you've dealt with the problem that a document, say HTML, on your system might not, even if you had the same fonts and everything, not display exactly the same as it would do on somebody else using a different browser. Is this something you dealt with?
Yes, of course. So first of all, Microsoft once played the game with fonts. Is with every new Office format, there came a new font library. So it's like chasing we have a tail, the rabbit and the eel, right? The rabbit is Microsoft is moving on and on. So you have to change the rules of the game, basically, right? So there was the liberation fonts from Red Hat, and I think we should define by default a few standards. Nowadays, at PDFA, you always embed all the fonts, and why can't we say there are some fonts that are as a system, and we don't have to embed them? If you take a liberation font, it will be there, yes? Spare this. So there is a problem with fonts. And the second thing, because we want to be fast, we use system libraries, and that's my friend from Roger told me, is that we have different system libraries on Mac, Linux, and Microsoft. And as long nobody comes along with a lot of money, that's the reason why it's put in the very end, and change this to one library, right, to rule them all. We only have to do some normalization on this. It doesn't work, because actually Mozilla Firefox, for instance, Times New Roman, 7 fonts had a Linux different layout than on the Microsoft due to the system calls. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Svante, Mohamed Zargawi, I have a question. It seems like you don't like standardization body.
No,
I mean the people you're citing. It's not you. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. I love it.
But what's very interesting is that if you read this summary, is more or less the first user who needs that is exactly standardization body, because they're producing collaborative documents with changing all the time and all that stuff. So,
exactly.
So how do you manage this conundrum? Okay. this strange.
So first of all, I love standardization. I like blueprints. I like not open source is not open enough. We have to be something above, like a blueprint we agree on, where we can agree on how the behavior is, right? So if you buy a cake, you want to be certain that it tastes a certain way. Yeah? So, but I don't like the money thing that's currently on. That's the one thing I didn't like. And the last thing is. ISOs, I digged a bit of it, and ISO's working now on machine-readable standards, and they do something like custom XML word once used, but it took it away because of a Canadian patent, and they're now starting it over again. But just like they're using the smallest fix available for them for fulfilling their things, and yeah. I think I do a startup and sell it to them. I'm not sure. Maybe I can reach and fix the problems that yeah. Yeah, but I love standards. Yes, I do. I just don't like the way paying for them, how we do it the way now we do. All right. Any further questions? By the way, yeah. I'm here till tomorrow.
The last question from Liam.
Yeah, Liam Quinn, Delightful Computing.
Hey.
Hi down there, yeah. Just a quick note, you mentioned every document format should give, in XML at least, should give IDs to headers so you can point to them.
The last thing, every document should be?
The document formats should define IDs for headers, section headers, so that you can point into them, and other parts in the document, presumably. And I might be fading in and out a bit. I might have missed a bit of it or misunderstood. But I wanted to point out that, for example, libxml supports xpointer, which is a fragment identifier you can use that goes to any place in the document you can define with xpath, which is anywhere.
Is it working for HTML? Because every MIME type has defined. Yes, I wasn't aware. Okay, you show me.
Okay,
soon.
Depends what you. We can talk later. The short answer is yes, but it needs a long answer because the HTML MIME type says they're just IDs.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't want to put them implicitly in there, right? It's like the famous author, that's a reason for IDs as well. If there's a famous author and I want a reference to it, I might put IDs on every possible thing and blow up the document. And instead of we do conventional collaboration, we have we agree on a certain pattern how the semantics are, and put this on compile time to the spec instead of at runtime editing explicitly.
Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you.
Hello. Maybe somebody thinks it's a mistake. Anyway, look to this date. It was the first one XML Prague conference, and it was presented the X definition. So I'm sorry for that mistake. So this was last year when X definition finally became the open source project, which is now available on GitHub and so on. Well, anyway, we shall speak today about X definition 4.0, which was recently released. Just a moment, I put it to my pocket. What's new in this version of X definition? It is basically the most important feature is that we implemented somehow the possibility to process the JSON data with X definition. How to work with that? The idea is very simple to the previous versions of X definitions where we process just the XML data. We again are using the philosophy that the text of values we put simply to the description of the type of value. So if this book contains title, this is some kind of string, so we can say, well, here is string. You can put here some parameters, which kind of string it is, and so on. The same is with the item price. So we put into the JSON book, the JSON, which has some name. You can have more JSON descriptions, more JSON data. You can say that it is the root object which will be processed, because you can, of course, refer to some other parts of other JSON objects. So into this XML element, you just put this JSON script or JSON description. Now, you can put there also occurrence. You can say, well, we have a book which can be more times in some other parent object, and then you can say how many books you can put into this object. This way you can describe, for instance, matrix. The matrix is from the int elements, int items, and it's a matrix 3 to 3. You can describe occurrence the same way like in the X definition, so you can say that it's any kind of number of items or some interval of occurrences and so on. You can also describe with the special keyword one-off. You can describe the occurrence of different types. Now it's here a string or the array of, again, strings. So this means that in the item genre, you can describe just one genre, or you can say, well, it will be the array of genres, which is in the example above. I will be very, very fast. This is just the example how to call it in Java. Well, the X definitions at the moment are still in Java. We are now preparing, in cooperation with Prague Technical University, the Faculty of Informatics, the migration to C# and to some other other possibilities of other implementations of X definitions. Now, well, I will be very, very short. Another feature which is implemented in the new version of X definition is something what we call lexicon. Lexicon helps to localize, to make the variants of one structure you can have in different languages, which is practically used in our company. We are producing the software for Slovakia and for Czech Republic, so sometimes there are small differences. So you can describe some object in one language and the same structure, but with different tag names, can be in different language. So it is just very, very primitive, very simple transformation. And you can describe this transformation this way. Why it not? I don't know. Not yet, thanks. Yeah. You can describe it here. Here you simply, it is the name of X definitions. Usually you have a big number of X definitions. And here you say the tag which is replaced with this text after this sign. In each line is one description of the name which is changed in some language version. If some definition is the default version, which is now in our example English, so you can just say this default and all tags are without any change. And then you can, of course, again process the X definitions in different languages without just you specify the language you want to use. It's here and here. Well, I will finish now because I invited my student, Tomáš Schmid, who is from Prague Technical University, and he implemented very nice module for the transformation of X definitions to XML scheme and XML scheme to X definition. So I am giving floor to Tomáš, and please make you a presentation. Where it is? Will be. You can put it here. Bottom divide and through. Jestli chcete.
Hi everyone. So, as Václav said, I'm Tomáš Schmid, and my diploma thesis topic's been transformation between X definition and XML schema. It will take a few minutes because I don't have so much time. So, in the introduction, I must say that XML schema is a subset of X definition, and this is the important part of a whole diploma thesis. It means that if you can describe something in XML schema, you can do it also in X definition, but not otherwise. It means that all XML data structure can be validated in XML schema, then it implies that it can be validated also in X definition. X definition basically is extending XML schema in a lot of ways. We can use more nodes, type of nodes. We can make some hooks. We can make external calling, for example, of Java classes. But that's not all what can X definition can make, but it's not topic here. My topic has been bidirectional transformation of XML schema to X definition and X definition to XML schema. Like I said, XML schema to X definition is really easy. Meanwhile, transformation of X definition to XML is much more harder, and I will show you. I will start with transformation of XML schema. It's lossless transformation. It means that I can take node from the XML schema and I can do directly transformation to X definition. I don't lose any information and I have enough resources to do it. What's the great? That I don't have to analyze XML schema. I can iterate one time through XML schema structure and convert it. It means that it has complexity and is number of rows or of nodes. It doesn't matter. It's your measure. On the side, the left side is XML schema, and on the right side is the same X definition. As you can see, the X definition is much less long. It takes half of rows. It's better readable also. So you can compare it very easy to XML data structure. When I go to next slide, which is talking about the transformation of X definition, the first point is that you cannot do it without losing information. Not at all cases. Of course, you can find some cases when you can do it with like lossless, but it's not in the most cases. Transformation of X definition requires some analysis. You in the first part of the algorithm, you have to read whole X definition, analyze it, and initialize it, for example, some transform context. In this preprocessing, you, for example, looking for the namespaces which are nodes using, and also for references, because references and namespaces are solved very different in X definition compared to XML schema. Also, XML schema has a lot of additional validation rules for its tree structure. It means that you know that some node A can be part of the node B, but there is some additional rule that, for example, in some exact tree structure, it cannot occur. There is a lot of these rules, so we have to repair the tree at the end of the conversion. If I make the conversion of the X definition and I convert it to XML schema, at the last part of the algorithm, I have to going through all the tree and repair it, so it validates through all the rules. If I look at it from the point of view of the nodes, I can do direct transformation, but it's not applied to whole tree. It's just about the nodes and attributes. Reference and type nodes or attributes are solved different in X definition, as I said. So it means that there is required more deeper analysis, but always we can do it without losing transformation. As I said, in preprocessing we have to analyze some namespaces and especially target namespace, because X definition doesn't know anything about target namespace. There is no like attribute as in the XML schema, but it's working implied in the bottom application of it. X definition has more features than XML schema. Like I said, hooks and external Java calling. And it means that those functions cannot be converted. So it means that anything you write it like this in X definition, you have to know that it cannot be described in XML schema. So in this way, it's always lossy transformation. So it's everything what I wanted to say, and thank you for your attention.
I think we have time for one question before coffee break. Anyone? Because X definition is like long friend of XML Prague. We had talked about X definition on the first year of XML Prague.
Have you considered using XSD annotations for preserving these additional bits of information, and this way you could support perhaps round tripping?
Excuse me, once more time.
I mean,
XSD.
Have you considered using XSD annotations for capturing those parts of the X definition which get lost?
Yeah, of course. That's the optional part of the algorithm. When I'm converting whole X definition tree, I am creating log and also X definition, XSD annotation nodes, which are describing exactly what is lost. Sometimes it's more harder to describe, for example, because we are losing, in special case, information about the occurrence of the nodes. So the final structure is quite a lot of difference from original X definition. So it means there is hard to capture which nodes has to exactly has which occurrence. Yeah. But we are using XSD annotation nodes. Yeah, so I hope that I answered it.
Definitely. Thank you very much again. Yeah. And you are welcome to enjoy the coffee break, and we will continue in 30 minutes with another sessions. Thank you.
Jo, jasně. Já jsem dneska byl zmatený takový.
V pohodě to bylo, akorát vlastně to čistý kapsy když máš ten vlastní laptop, tak je lepší na začátku před tím celým blokem problém. A ani jsi mi to neposlal, jak jsi
can work in this? I forget all these numbers, TC434.
Some number. Yeah, just there hasn't been much activity recently.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
Because here this, for registering sizes, this XML we worked a bit on. Honestly, I'm considering to continue on that thread, but more towards like, how to say, that this would be the agile model to, I don't want to use fantastic words, but like better bridge semantics and better automatize stuff from generating from there to the specification document and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So if you are interested in this, we could maybe later after this session brainstorm a bit about it.
We can have a lunch together and
Or at lunch now?
No, because now there is a break.
And now it's only break, lunch is later.
Okay.
I'm tired.
Okay. We are not speaking in this session, we are speaking after lunch.
Okay. I was totally confused. I thought it's this session. Never mind. Now I have my corrected.
I saw that you are in the afternoon, but okay, maybe Renzo would like to check it in advance.
No, I'm totally confused. Great. Then let's take lunch time. Yeah. Okay. Great. Thanks.
So please be seated so we can continue. Okay, so we can continue with the next block of sessions, and the first speaker will be XForms man. Oh, sorry, Stephen Pemberton.
How about that? Yeah, that's better. Okay. Good. To your great surprise, I'm going to be talking about XForms this morning. The basic story is about a future implementation being created by Alain Couture. He's the man behind XSLT forms. He's creating a new version, and so I'm giving a little background to some elements of that. I guess you all know what XForms is in worldwide use, and we have lots of evidence to say that to show that using XForms reduces application development time to about 1/10, and we have that on the basis of some very large projects that took years. So just to give you an also, I mean, most of you know about XForms, but of course this is being streamed live as well. So just to give some background to XForms, XForms programs are divided into two. In the same way that HTML has content and style, XForms programs are divided into the data part and the content part, which displays the values from the data part. And of course, that gives similar sorts of advantages to how style works in HTML or with XML, of course. That separation has a lot of advantages. So the model part, which is where the data is stored, you can have any number of instances. Those instances can have data coming from external sources. It can be a file, as it were. It can be any URL. Or you can have inline data within the model. Then you can attach properties to the data, and the fact that the data is coming from outside and not necessarily under your control, you do this separately from the data itself, so you do it by binding to values within the data. The ref part is any XPath, so you can just use XPath to values there, expressions there, to select parts of the data, and then you can apply certain properties to it. So I just go through those properties, at least the properties that are of interest for what I'm going to be talking about later. So types, although you can also assign those with schemas. Relevance conditions, so that's saying under what conditions certain data is relevant, is useful, is necessary. If it's not relevant, then when you submit the data back, the data is not necessarily included with what you submit back. Required and optional, so that is to say whether that piece of data is required before you can submit. If that hasn't yet been filled in, then you can't submit the data back to any other place. So for instance, you could say the postcode is always required in an address, but you could say that the state is only required if the country is USA. Read-only conditions, again, you might say that the order number which you've read in is read-only always, but you might allow the street to be changed under certain conditions. For instance, you might want to the street name might have been filled in automatically, but if you select manual, then you're allowed to change it. You can add extra constraints apart from types. So for instance, you could, in this case, you can restrict the age to being within a certain range, or there are functions available. So a credit card, you can apply the function that tells you whether a credit card number is actually a valid number, so that you can check that it's actually correct. You'll see a lot of these in working in a moment. And finally, calculations. You can calculate values based on other sets of values. So for instance, the total can be the sum of the individual items, or the tax can be the total sum times the tax rate, and so on, just like in spreadsheets. So that's the data part, the model part, and then the content part contains controls. Here are some examples. You can output, you can input a value, you can select a value from a number of options. All controls have a similar sort of style. They all have labels. They all have, you can add hints, so that if you hover over it, you get a hint about what's being asked for. You can have alerts that's the message if the value doesn't satisfy its type or its constraints. So they bind all the controls, and that was just 3 examples, all the controls bind to values in instances. And the controls are unusual for this sort of application in that they're not visually oriented. They're designed to specify their intent. So it tells you that select one says you're selecting a value from a number of values, but it doesn't require that to be represented in any particular sort of way. So the controls say what they do, but not how they do it. And that leaves visual requirements over to styling in particular. So the result of this is that controls are device and modality independent, and also very accessible, so that you can create a speech browser for blind people, and they know what the controls are trying to achieve without having to try using heuristics to work out what's actually being represented there. So an implementation has quite a lot of freedom in what it can do with controls. Now, this also means that the same control can have different representations depending on the device or the modality. So it's thanks to this freedom that implementations can, and sometimes must, according to the specification, take those properties of the data into account in deciding how to represent them on the screen. And relevance is really the biggest one in this case, because, and actually demanded by the language, because if a value is not relevant and a control is bound to it, then that control is not visible, not displayed, at least by default. Most properties, type doesn't, for instance, but most of them depend on a Boolean expression, so that it says under what conditions that property holds. So the property can change at runtime, so the control has to be ready for those changes. So for instance, here, a bit of an application for taking a payment. So you can select the payment type and then input the credit card number. But the credit card, as you saw in the earlier slide, the credit card number is only relevant if the payment type is credit. So if I say I'm going to pay by cash, then nothing happens. But if I say I'm going to pay by credit card, then up pops the control. That value becomes relevant, and so the control has to be visible. There's another sort of relevance as well, and that's whether the data actually contains the value that you're binding to. You can add bindings to data that's actually not in the data. So this is good when it's coming from external sources where certain fields may be optional. But of course, that data element might later come into the data. It might be inserted. For instance, here I insert the element that this control is bound to, and so the control has to emerge. And if then I delete that element from the data, then the control disappears. Types are a good example of how an implementation can adapt a control to the type. So these 4 controls here, so they're just referring to items in the instance, and you can't see any difference in the controls, but the implementation knows the types of them, so can do different things with them. So here it knows it's an integer, so it's going to start from the other side. This is a Boolean, so it's just a simple checkbox. And finally, a date allows me to pop up a date picker. And all of these, of course, also include validation checking, and so let you know when the data is not correct. Other properties don't affect the form of the control, but can affect styling. So for instance, if a control is bound to a required value, then the implementation is at liberty to choose how it indicates that to the user. So here's an example of filling in an address. We've said that the state is required when the country is USA. Well, there is a state called North Holland in the Netherlands, but you don't normally put that into an address. But as soon as we choose the USA, then up pops the indication that the field is required. And if I delete it, then all of a sudden it says, oh, well, it's not valid because you haven't supplied that value. But there's nothing in the content that says that that's happening. This is all happening by the implementation under control of the style sheet. Similarly, read-only. If a value is read-only and it's connected to a control, in this case, an input control to a read-only value, then the implementation should make it clear to the user that that's not an editable value. So if I go here, there's nothing, I can't select it, I can't edit. But if I change that value there to say, oh, well, I want to edit it, then I can go in, make the change, and then make it read-only again. So for validity, so that's type validity and connection to a constraint property, the control can and should indicate the validity either positively or negatively. Usually it will happen negatively. That's to say you'll get some sort of error indication if you've done something wrong. But it's also possible that you get a tick to say, yes, this is okay. So for instance, well, you've already seen that with numbers. So that's a type problem. I think I also did it with a date. So I select a date and then change that. And a credit card, well, I happen to know that this is a correct credit card number, but if I change that to a 2, then it says this is not a valid credit card number, and that's because it's used the alert information within the control. Okay, so implementing this, there are XForms was explicitly designed for different implementation approaches, so that it wasn't meant to be either client or server, but anything could happen. So there are native implementations where the XForm is directly served to a client that processes it directly. The server-side implementations where the server looks at the device that's asking for the form, looks at the device and works out what it can accept, and then compiles it down to that form that to a form that it can use. That may require then some communication between the device and the server while it's busy to achieve some of the functionality. If for a small device, for instance, that doesn't have many possibilities, and of course you can do some hybrid combination of both of those. So the implementation I'm talking about today, Alain Couture is the person producing it. Unfortunately, he couldn't be here this week. So XSLT forms is a client-side implementation, and it works by sending the form to the device and using XSLT to transform it on the device from the X form into a combination of HTML and JavaScript, so that all processing takes place on the client. The nice thing about this over a pure server-side implementation is that if you do a view source, you actually see the X form as it's written and not the transformation, whereas a client-side, a server-side implementation will send something down. If you do view source, you'll only see the transformation. So this means that, of course, you have to design the transformations from the X form into equivalent HTML plus JavaScript. And since the controls in X forms contain a lot of implicit functionality, the transformations actually, even apparently simple cases, can be quite complex. So let's just take one of the simpler examples. So here, we're inputting the credit card. It's got a label and it's got an alert in the case that it's not valid. And you get this HTML as a result. It's quite hairy in a way. What you see from this is that each part of the original is represented by spans as subchildren of the main element. So the main element is the control, and then it's got different spans in the middle for representing different parts: the label, the value, the alert, and whether the things necessary for representing that it's required. What you also see is a lot of class values at the top there that says it's a control, that it's in particular an input control, that it's optional, the value is optional, the control is enabled, that the value is read-write, and that the value currently is valid. I've said all that. Oh yeah, and of course those last four, that it's optional, not required, enabled, rewrite, and valid, they all depend on Boolean values in principle, and so they can change during runtime. For instance, xforms valids can become xforms invalid as a class. Now, the nice thing about the combination of HTML and CSS is that a lot of the work can be left over, can be given to the CSS. You've got all the power of CSS at your disposal. And in particular, it can use those class values we just saw to affect the presentation. So the most obvious case is when a value becomes non-relevant, that we can just do display none. So in other words, it just disappears from the screen. And Svante yesterday complained about the fact that you could have a style attribute on the head of HTML. Where is Svante? Oh, okay. Well, the reason is that the HTML head is just display none, and so there's no reason why you couldn't make the HTML head display block and look what's in the head. But anyway, but back to my talk. So you could just use CSS to make the controls disappear when they're no longer relevant. In fact, because of the CSS cascading rules, you should use important on that to make sure that it always does really disappear. So the transformation contains an element for when the value is required. It contains what it calls the required icon, which is an asterisk. So the default is obviously not to display it, display none, but if the control has xforms required on it, then that required icon then gets displayed inline, margin left, color red, and so on. And so in that case, you get this control here, you get an asterisk after it. Similarly for validity, there's an element, a sub-element of the control that contains information about what to do when it's invalid. Again, it contains space for an icon, which in this case, the CSS just does a background image. And it contains the text for the alert. And again, The default is for not to display it, except when xform's invalid, when the controller's got the class xform's invalid, in which case you can display it inline with an image. And again, using CSS properties, and this is how it's done now, using CSS properties, if you hover over that invalid symbol, you get the message that tells you what's wrong with it. So for the coming new version, we're working on a number of improvements. Firstly, in the visual approach, a lot of people complain that XSLT Forms is not very beautiful in its default style sheet, which I would agree with. So we want to fix that. And we also want to fix, do something about the transformed HTML. So it's the aim is to make it more attractive and more flexible. This is all work in progress. The first beta of this just got released this week. So for a start, in the original version, actually labels were just put in regular text next to the control, so controls just didn't line up. So the default style will be to do it in bold above the control, so that then all controls at least will line up on the left-hand side. This is very simple, just using CSS, font weight bold, and display as a block. Required, we don't actually need an element within the transformation to hold the icon, because CSS allows you to insert content. So we can get rid of that sub-element, and so when it becomes required, then we just add that asterisk after the label, as in this example here. So that simplifies the future transformed HTML. Similarly with invalid, again, we don't have to include an element for the icon at least, because we can just insert it with content, the content property of CSS. What this does mean, though, is that if it's both required and invalid, then we have to insert an extra rule, which we didn't have to do beforehand, because of the way cascading works, so that we actually have to recognize the case of a control being required and invalid. One other thing we're doing, which you saw in some of those examples, is that the background color of the control is going to be a light red as well, to make it clearer when something's wrong. And finally, for invalid values, we need to display the alert text that has still got to be there as a sub-element. We don't need the alert icon, but we do need the alert text, so that's in an element somewhere. And so normally that's not displayed unless it's invalid, and then we can pop up the text. So now, rather than hovering it, actually the text just actually occurs. So this is now a live XForm. Now, we want to add a bit of flexibility to styling. That is to say, some people might prefer their labels to the left. And because of CSS, you can add that flexibility. You could have display as inline block instead, so that the labels came to the left rather than over the top. And in fact, although CSS is not very good at reordering content, you can position the labels at different locations. Left, top, right, and with care bottom. So what we're proposing is to use a skinning technique, where at the top level you say where you would like to have your labels, and then we just have different rules for if you said labels top or labels left, and you get those automatically without having to know how CSS works. This gives you extra flexibility, because it means that you could have some groups of controls with labels left and some groups of controls with labels right. So here's just a demonstration of this working. Here's the labels at the top. Here are the labels at the left. So, and at the right, I'm not going to show you bottom because I haven't got it working properly yet, and it's very ugly. But at least you have complete freedom now about where the labels appear without actually having to do any work. You just put it in the skinning class at the top. So HTML5 has apparently discovered XML, or at least a variant of XML, because you can now define custom elements within HTML5. They're slowly discovering the advantages of XML. These custom elements don't offer any additional functionality, but we could transform them to them so that the transformed HTML looks much more like the original XForms. It actually also greatly simplifies the XSLT necessary to do this transformation. It's currently 10 times smaller than the original XSLT. So for instance, now the input command now looks like this, an XForms input with XFref, credit card, and so on. It looks very close to the XForms, so it makes it much easier to see what's happened. And you can use the same CSS techniques that I've just described. So XForms offers a lot of flexibility in how it can be implemented. One of the advantages of transforming to HTML, it means that you've got the power of CSS. To avoid the XForms programmer having to know anything about CSS, skinning techniques can be used to offer flexibility in the representation and presentation of controls. The new XForms implementation is in preparation. It will use these techniques, and hopefully by the summer it'll be complete. Thank you very much.
So we have time for questions. Anyone?
Thank you very much. The last commit to the XSLT forms repo in the only branch was from October 2018. Can you tell us something about the availability of updated tools?
He changed the place where he changed the place where he changed the place where he kept the sources, and I don't remember where it is because I always just get it directly from him, so I don't. Well, there's a mailing list, and it'll be clear from that.
Thank you.
All right.
Some more questions?
Okay.
No?
Thanks very much.
Again.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. Can you hear me well? Okay. So, my name is Hans-Jürgen Rennau, and I would like to introduce you to GreenFox, a schema language for validating file systems. Up front, it's very important to understand that the scope is not the file system as a whole, but a file system tree. That is an arbitrarily selected folder in the file system and everything found under it. So let me start with considering why one might be interested in validating file system trees, then ask the question what validation means in this context, and then show how it can be done. So we are all used to validating individual files against a schema, for example, an XSD. And the key advantage is, of course, its declarative nature. But the file is part of a system. And what we are ultimately interested in is the validity of the system. So can we not use schemas at a larger scale, validating complex sets of resources? And this question highlights a few basic limitations of conventional validation. First, the scope is quite limited. It's a set of related document types belonging to a single media type. Second, the input is files, and the absence of a file is out of scope, whereas the absence of a file may be absolutely critical. And third, the expectations we have about resources are static. They ignore the dependency on the presence and contents of other resources. And I believe that overcoming these limitations, being able to describe systems, whole systems, with schemas is a very desirable goal. And hence my interest in validating file system trees. Nearly any system can be represented by a file system tree. What does it mean to validate a file system tree? What comes to my mind is, first of all, the contents of folders, the contents of files, and dependencies between contents. So how the presence and content of one folder or file implies expectations concerning the presence or absence of another folder or file and its contents. So how can a schema express such expectations concerning folder contents, file contents, and content dependencies? Let's look at a first example. It's a very simple green fox schema just describing a single folder. The root element is a green fox element, and the domain element identifies the file system tree. The contents of the domain element describe the contents of the file system tree. And here, the description is limited to a single folder shape, represented by a folder element. The folder shape has a target, that is a set of folders which this description refer to. Let's take a closer look. So here, the target is selected by a foxpath expression. Foxpath is an extended version of XPath3 supporting file system validation, and also the combination of file system navigation and node tree validation within a single expression. It's a language very convenient for selecting your validation target in a very flexible way. Okay, so the contents of a folder shape constrain the folders which are selected by its target declaration. So take a look at the folder content element, which describes the contents of a folder. You might expect that's just a list of folder and file names, but in fact you can constrain folder contents in a rather flexible way. For example, you can use wildcards in combination with cardinality constraints. You can specify checksums, and you can declare your folder to be either open or closed. A file shape, similarly, describes files. It's a collection of constraints combined with a target declaration. Here we have a last modified less than constraint with obvious semantics. The XPath elements are what is called value shapes. a value shape does two things. It maps the resource to a value called a resource value, and it constrains this value. So a value shape constructs and constrains. And in this case, it maps the resource to a sequence of element namespaces, and it constrains this value in this way that every item must be equal to a given string. And the second value shape maps the resource to URI attributes and constrains this value in such a way that every item must match a regular expression derived from this attribute value. Okay, now we take our file shape and place it in the folder shape. What does that mean? The target declaration of the file shape is re-evaluated with each folder in the target of the containing folder shape as a context item. I think as you would expect. So nesting shapes is obviously a convenient way for describing the hierarchical structure of a file system tree. But you can use nesting of folders for other purposes too. For example, subsetting. In this example, we have a file shape with a target declaration which selects all XML files in or under the current folder which have a docbook root element. Remember, in FoxPath, you can mix file system navigation and node tree navigation. And then we have a nested file shape which has a target selecting only those targets from the outer shape which contain an image data element. So we have here a file shape nested in a file shape for the sake of subsetting. And now imagine that you want to check the following rule. If you have a docbook element with an image data element, then there should be an image folder as a sibling of this docbook file. And you can very easily express this by nesting in the file shape, a folder shape, with the target declaration, navigating to the image sibling and adding the condition that it must be a folder, and then also adding this constraint that there must be exactly one. So this means if for every docbook file with a image data element, there must be such a sibling image folder. But if there is no such docbook with an image element, then nobody asks for such an image folder. Okay, in the last 2 days, and also this morning, it became ever more evident that it is important to move across the border of the syntax, XML syntax, and support other media types too. And that's an important feature of GreenFox, that you can use XPath-based constraints also for other media types, to name JSON, HTML, and CSV. And this slide shows that a simple media type annotation suffices to make your file accessible for constraints based on XPath. Okay, so these were a few examples giving you a little bit of feeling of what's like, of what it is like, GreenFox. Now I want to point out a few key features and then explain the concepts underlying the language. First key feature. GreenFox is XDM based, and this means every value describing or constraining a resource is an XDM value. In other words, it is a sequence of 0 or more items, and every item must be either an atom or an XDM node or a map or an array. Feature number 2. strong navigation skills. When describing and constraining your file system trees, you can move freely in the file system using FoxPath. You can move freely within XML files using XPath or FoxPath, and you can also move freely within other media type files using XPath extensions. And finally, you can move easily across resource boundaries using FoxPath. So, advanced navigation skills are certainly a good base for designing a file system validation language, but there is a serious danger of losing oneself in a wealth of possibilities, adding features in an uncontrolled way and ending up with a messy toolbox rather than a language. So a file system validation language needs a solid base of clear concepts. And GreenFox, the key concepts of GreenFox have been derived from Shackle. Shackle is a new validation language from 2017 for RDF. And a few additional abstractions were sufficient to detach the concepts of Shackle and reattach them to file system resources. So here they are, the concepts. Let's start with three basic notions: resource, shape, and constraint. We only have two kinds of resources, files and folders. A shape is a set of constraints, and a constraint is a condition, something which a resource either satisfies or violates. A resource shape checks predefined properties of a resource. It declares a target, selecting those resources to which these constraints apply. There's still a missing piece. When you think of XPath-based constraints, an XPath value is certainly not a predefined value of a resource. So we introduce another concept, a value shape. A value shape maps the resource to a value and then constrains the value. Construct and constrain. And the mapping is done currently either by an XPath expression or by a FoxPath expression. In the future, it is well conceivable that other possibilities like Python's code or JavaScript code would also be usable, but at the moment, not yet. So here we are. Now we have on a tray a small set of clear-cut concepts on which to base the definition of the GreenFox language. So let's take a closer look. What's a constraint? A constraint is a condition which a resource either satisfies or violates. Every constraint is declared by a shape. A constraint does not live outside of a shape. So what is a constraint declaration? It's like a function call. When you call a function, you name a function and you provide arguments. And it's just the same here. A constraint declaration identifies a type of constraint and provides the values for constraint parameters. The syntax is a completely different matter. Syntax of GreenFox is dictated by convenience. But logically, you can look at constraints or constraint declarations as function calls. And the validation of a resource against a constraint you can also look at as the work of a function, the validation function, consuming as input the parameter values plus the resource or a resource value, and producing as output a validation result. What is checked by a constraint is always a value, an XDM value. It's either a predefined resource property, like, for example, last modified date or file size, or it is a resource value created by an expression. A resource value can be anything expressible in XDN. Typically, it is something found inside of the resource, like an element in a document, or the path of a file found in a folder. But it can also be something lying outside of the resource, or something as abstract that you wouldn't associate it with a place. So let's look in slow motion how a value shape works. It maps the constraint to a value. It maps the resource to a value. It constrains the value. And if the value does not satisfy the constraint, it produces what is called a red validation result, which identifies the constraint component and the resource and gives additional information about the violation. One feature of value shapes is perhaps worth mentioning. When a resource value is constrained, there are also constraints which involve a second expression and their definition. I call this expression tandems. Let's look at an example. We have a file shape containing a single value shape. The resource value here is a set of all date attributes on milestone elements. That's the value to be checked. How? We have a single constraint, which is an expression value greater than XPath constraint, which specifies a second expression. Well, with the obvious semantics that every item in the resource value, which is a date attribute, is then the context item for the evaluation of this other expression, which navigates up to the project element and then to the start date of the project and checks the item against, checks the milestone date against the start date. You could have put this all into one expression, yes, but it's like the philosophy of Green Fox to enable small expression building blocks. And there's more obvious semantics to it as compared to one expression which would check logically the same condition. You might be tempted to think that value shapes are in the first place for checking files, but that would be a mistake. They are very important for checking folder contents. And I would like to give an example. Here you see a folder shape defining, with three value shapes, defining three resource values. First, resource value, the set of all empty files in this folder. The second resource value, the set of all ill-formed XML files. And the third resource value, the set of all ill-formed JSON files. You remember, a resource value lives inside a value shape that it is accompanied by at least one constraint, and the constraint in each case is that the value must be empty. In other words, a folder that conforms to this shape has no empty files, has no ill-formed XML, has no ill-formed JSON. And therefore, one might call this folder shape a good folder shape. And please note, this is a shape which does not at all describe explicitly any contents, but just speaks about what must not be found in it. And here's an example for what I would call an external resource value, a resource value which is not found within the resource under investigation. It is based, again, on a Fox path expression, and this Fox path expression fetches the expected return code from a CSV file in the environment of this file. And this is an example for a rather complex Fox path expression, which first navigates to a CSV, then passes it into XML, and then navigates into it. And this, again, demonstrates how, using Fox path, you can mix file system navigation and node tree navigation. Okay, when evaluating value shapes, that means when evaluating the expression producing resource values, by default, the context item is the resource itself, which means either the file path of the resource or the root of the XDM node tree representing the resource. But in some cases, this would be inconvenient. Imagine you have an element selected by a non-trivial expression, and this element has 3 attributes, and you want to check these 3 attributes. And if the context item would always be the resource itself, you would have to repeat the selection of this element as part of selecting each of these attributes. Well, you can avoid this by using focus node elements. A focus node, similar to a pattern in schematron, it selects the nodes which are used by contained value shapes as context nodes. And note that focus nodes can be nested, which means you can bring a complex validation itself into a nice tree structure, moving in steps down into the tree, and wherever you arrive, you check what is around you, and then you move on. This slide should just give you an impression of the constraint components currently defined. That's work in progress, so that's expected to change almost every day and become more and more. But these are the built-in constraint components. You remember, constraint component is just another word for type of constraint. It's a very important feature of GreenFox that you can define your own constraint components using a constraint component element as part of a schema. So that's quite simple. You provide a name, you define the parameters of the constraint in terms of names and types, and then you provide an expression, the validator. Again, it's either an XPath or a FoxPath. When a resource is validated against your newly defined constraint component, this expression is evaluated, and the expression value is then mapped by the processor to a validation result according to simple rules. So how to use such a user-defined constraint? You remember, a constraint declaration is essentially or logically a function call. You identify the constraint and you provide parameter values. So that's the way it works. There are simple syntax rules how you can do just that. Here you use an element which is named after the new component, and then you specify attributes or elements providing the values to the constraint parameters. The key point about user-defined constraints is that the complexity of the validator expression is hidden behind a declarative interface of parameters. Okay, so this conceptual framework of resource shape constraint, it defines a validation chemistry of sorts. Every processing is composed of elementary building blocks, which is the validation of a single resource against a single constraint. And validation results equally are composed of elementary building blocks which describe the outcome of validating a single resource against a single constraint. And these building blocks of the result are uniform because they use a standard vocabulary. And from all this, it follows that a formal definition of file system validation is very simple. Just remember, a schema is a set of shapes. A shape has a target, which is a set of resources. A shape is a set of constraints. So GreenFox validation results are just the result of integrating over all shapes, for each shape over all target resources, and for each combination of target resource and shape over all constraints. And that's it. And you can merge and part such results at will, as you can with any RDF dataset. An implementation of GreenFox is available at GitHub. It is 100% Xquery. It's based, or it uses the base Xquery processor, taking advantage of its extension functions. So using GreenFox, as a user, you also have to use BaseX. Summary. GreenFox is for validating file system trees. It's based on XDM. It's powered by XPath and FoxPath. It is inspired by Shackle. The diversity of media types is hidden behind uniform XDM node trees. Resource boundaries are overcome by the visa of FoxPath navigation. It produces standard structured information, and it's extensible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm worried that my file system is just well-formed, not valid. So we still have some time for questions from Stephen. See question?
In your examples, you were using backslashes for file names.
Yes.
Is that because you use Windows, or is that because you want to be able to distinguish between file names and XPaths?
Yeah, thank you for asking. Well, in FoxPath, you use either slashes for node tree navigation and backslashes for file system navigation, or the other way around. It's a switch. So, and here, for reasons of consistency, I decided to do it this way, that we have the slash for forward, the slash for node tree navigation, but if you use FoxPath as a standalone application, by default, it is just the other way around. Yeah.
And there is one more question, just behind the Stephen.
Thank you, but I might have missed that, but what was your original application to do this kind of validating of a file system? Have you mentioned some real-world example when to use that?
Yes.
I have ideas, but...
yes, plenty. Well, I can even tell you exactly the moment when the idea was born. My colleague Hauke, and we were on the phone, and he was making an installation. And I told him, please start this application which produces test results, testing a web service, and then take a look into the folders if you see any error file or something. And then Hauke said, I would prefer if what you gave me, if it did all that. So that was the moment when the idea was born. And I think, frankly, any installation, do you not have questions about if everything is in place? So I think we are constantly in the situation that we would love to be sure that everything is in place.
Okay, so thank you very much again.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Where? In the pocket? Yeah. Hello? Can you hear me? Is this on? Hi. I want to talk about arrow functions or arrow expressions today. And first I want to tell you who I am, because I think since I'm here for the first time, nobody knows me that well. Well, okay. Let's continue. Hi, I'm Yuri Leino. I've been developing JavaScript for 15 years now. I think it's even more than that, 17 maybe. And I loved with JavaScript that it was immediately interpreted, and that was kind of punk rock. Almost everything that you wrote worked in a way. And I also like that it is impure, so that you don't have to adhere to certain things. It will usually somehow work. And you can do a lot of things, even if it's not the right way. What I also like about JavaScript is that it can be found anywhere. So it was recently deployed to satellites as well. So yeah, nowadays you have it. Is the new assembler, kind of. But in the last 3 years, I was working for a company called Exist Solutions. So working on ExistDB and writing a lot of XQuery. And first new function or first new feature that I saw from XQuery 3.1 was the arrow expressions. Let me just quickly recap what an arrow expression is so that everybody can follow. It will take this A, evaluate it, and put it into the function that is after the arrow, and put it as the first parameter, always. There's no way around that. And whatever is on the right-hand side of the arrow expressions needs to be a function call. So this is an example that you see here. We take the string hello Prague and put it into a function called uppercase and then tokenize it, which would be the same as calling them in the traditional way of wrapping all these function calls after another. This one, I think the upper one is fairly more usable. And this is why I looked more into that, because I thought, yeah, this looks like a good feature. Interestingly, this is a pipeline operator. The arrow expressions are kind of a pipeline operator, and JavaScript wants to have that too, so it's in the proposal right now. It's at stage 4, I think. Not sure. What I learned along the way, I had to reread the spec for 3 times, I think, before I really got to that point that I can explain it to you now, before it really clicked in my head. So I wanted to share with you what you have to keep in mind when you want to work with them. I love functions. So the first thing I thought, hey, let's put an anonymous function on the right-hand side, but this doesn't work because it's a declaration instead of a call to that function. So you need to put extra parentheses around this to make it a function call. And this above example would evaluate to just this function called with 123. More stuff I learned along the way is You cannot use the arity notation. This will always throw in all runtimes I've tested, at least. And there is no context item, so you can't use that as well. And this above line will not create what you think it would, but you will get an anonymous function back. Also, it's really important to note the difference between the arrow operator and the simple map operator. If you put count behind it, the first one doesn't have any parameter, and the second one has one, but they will produce a very different output as well. While the first one will really count the sequence items, the second one will count each item in that sequence. So, you can chain these. Simple map operator can be changed that way, that you just call it after another and will do what you think, and you can do that with an arrow operator as well, but can we combine those two? In fact, we can, but you have to adhere to a certain set of rules. That means that if you have only an expression after the simple map operator, you need to enclose it in parentheses. After that, you can safely use the arrow operator again. If you have a function call after the simple map operator, you can get around those extra parentheses because it will notice, okay, yeah, this is one expression only, and will know when to call what. If you use an arrow operator and want to use a simple map operator after that, you have to enclose the whole arrow, both sides of the arrow expressions, or both sides of the arrow entirely. Otherwise, the simple map operator doesn't know what to act upon. At this point, I would like to just very briefly brush over functional programming because I will use it a lot, so higher order functions. I do love pure functions because they have no side effects. You can do all kinds of interesting compiler optimization with it. I think this has been part in this discussion here as well a lot of times before. There's also functions, returning functions, which I will use a lot. But don't worry. I mean, after Michael K. said it, higher order function is the cool new shit, and we all should use them. Partial application is something that's really important here to know about. So if we have a function called local add, which takes 2 parameters, we can create a function reference to that function by putting a question mark on either side of them. Because it's a commutative operation, we can do that. It doesn't change the outcome of the function. If we would have a minus there, then we would have to definitely know where we want to, which parameter we want to replace. So now there's already the simple map operator and followed by an arrow function, and we will now add 48 to each of those items. That will give us another sequence of numbers, and if we give that to code points to string, it will output to 2,138. Well, that's not so impressive, but let's see where we can get from here. And I think, I don't know if that's really readable, that above, but that's usually up to the person or the developer or the team what is readable. We also need to briefly talk about higher order functions. That is a function that is parameterized by a function or also returns a function. At least the XQuery spec says it's also a higher order function is a function that returns a function, but I'm not sure about this, if this is really part of category theory. If this is in their mind a higher order function as well. I'm not sure. So we have function arity, which I use at this function will return the function where the arity matches. will return the arity of the function you are giving it. And for instance, count, that would be 1. And it's very useful if you want to do certain things that I will show you later, to know the function that, the reference you have at hand, how many parameters does it want to get. There's also function name and function lookup, but they're not that interesting to me. Really interesting it gets when you look at those basic higher order functions, which I don't know if they're really basic to get, but if you have them and combine them, then you can do a lot of interesting things. I will mostly focus on for each and filter and sort and fold left because these are a good set of things to do. Function apply has its uses, but it's rather niche. Fold right as well. Fold right is really cool if you have something that is can be optimized by tail recursion, but I have a hard time finding things in my day-to-day developing life where this is useful. And back to our functions that we had before, I hope you have them in mind, but they're actually named add48 and add16, so that's kind of obvious what they do. So if we now provide for each this function reference, it will apply this to each item in the sequence, then give back that sequence, and again, we will for each over this and add 16 to each item, and again give it to corresponds to string, and now for it returns Bach. I don't know. Interesting, right? So with all that said before, I thought, can I program in XQuery using no flower operations at all? It's a bad pun, I know. But I couldn't resist. Why would I do this, right? Why would I just throw flower operations completely away? I mean, they're widely used and they're well known. It was just to trick my mind to be more creative or find new stuff. It's a technique called creative constraints. And you can use that, for instance, yourself. If you say you do a code kata, this is, say, do this in 15 minutes. Or do this only by functions with their arity2 or anything. There's like, yeah, there's no limit to what you can, there's really no artificial goal that or limit that you can set that would help you in that. And one really interesting one is programming without else, which I used for years now, which has really interesting side effects that will keep your functions short, but it's only useful in a language that allows multiple returns. I will come back to that later. So, how do I do it? For and let can be replaced by for each, in that sense that for obviously iterates over something, and let just adds some new values to each item. So in for each I can do that. Both are replaceable by for each. Order by is obviously replaced by sort, which takes functions as well. And group by is a little interesting. It was harder to really get, but reducing or fold left does the job really well, interestingly. And where is, yeah, replaced by filter. So after a while, I thought, hey, I have it. I have something here. And I called it crossbow. I wanted to create something that is a library, a set of functions that would make working with the arrow expression really easy or comfortable. Something along the lines like jQuery has done for JavaScript a ton to really drive adoption for certain features. And also I think about it like functx, but for arrow expressions. And I need to shout out Priscilla Walmsley here, because what she did with functx is, I think, really impressive. I myself learned a lot reading her code and seeing how she did this. And also, it is widely used, at least this is my impression, that functx is found in a lot of projects that do stuff with xQuery. The first set of things I came up with is numerical comparisons. Kind of a no-brainer. I'm just wrapping GE, GT, LE, and EQ, and LT in a function so that it can be put after the arrow operator. How does it look in practice? So I have this function, crossbow GT, and I give it a 5. What I get back is a function with arity 1. It accepts one numeric, any numeric. Actually, it accepts any item. But, well, we come back to that later. And now I can have a sum expression and follow it up after an arrow with xbow GT. And what is this? Now we have extra parentheses after this. We need to add those because it needs to be a function call still. So you cannot get around those. But it really shines if you put it into filter, because now you don't have any extra wrapping parentheses anymore. And yeah, it does what it should do. So my sequence from 1 to 9 will only be filtered by it, and only the items that are greater than 5 will be returned. There's a ton of helpers now. I don't know, if you start writing, all of a sudden you see this and that, and yeah, that could be useful. So there's a lot of things you can't do after the arrow. Is like there's this shorthand question mark stars to create a sequence out of an array. So this is wrapped in a function and all these kind of stuff. Just to have it be possible to use after an arrow. There's functions that are likely will not be where did the name kind of wrong. Map reverse does flip the map actually, so the keys will be the values and the values will be the keys. So they will be renamed likely. And yeah, sort by is just a very simple wrapper around sort. For each index is a thing that I will come back to, but it's actually something that is a little like the JavaScript implementation of for each and map, like they call it there, map. And it will not only give you each item, but also the position in that sequence or in that array. Because for each index does accept a sequence or an array. It will internally figure out what you really want to do. Here's some artificial thing I came up with to show you what you can do with those library functions. I have, again, this sequence of 2, 1, 3, and 8, and I sort it in descending order, and then I take the first 2 elements of it and I convert it to an array. And you get back an array of 8 and 3. Here's for each index that I brushed over 2 slides before, and yeah, you can do all kinds of stuff with it. This is an artificial example. You just convert each item into an array with position and the item value after that. Can you see those gray examples, the return values? Okay, good. Because the contrast is not that good. So this is essentially how the JavaScript implementation of map and for each works. You also get the array itself or the sequence you passed in, which can also, I think I will add this as well in the 2.0 release of Crossbow, because then you can do something like an average over the last 3 items, or yeah, so windowed flower expressions, I think, is possible to make it. I don't know if it will be performant. I'm just saying it would be possible. There's also, interestingly, a function that wraps just element to create an element after an arrow operation. So it's essentially that what we will maybe have in the future, or likely, or hopefully get in the future, a function that creates an element. And I will either use that X-ray function then, or just drop that feature from the library. I'm not sure yet. Depends. Well, there's more of them. There's like wrap each, so you could give it a sequence, and it will wrap each of those elements in that, each of the items in the element you want. And filter attributes is just you give it a node, and then you get back all attributes that were in the sequence you passed it in. And attributes to map is actually just a filter to get a map out of a sequence of attributes with the element name as a key and the element value as a value. Now to the more interesting stuff. Reducing. Reducing is a very powerful tool. Here I said boil down a sequence to a Boolean. Actually what I mean is boil down a sequence or a set of things to a single value. This single value can be arbitrarily complex, so it's a little, yeah, you can abuse it as well, but I use it a lot. I implemented wrappers, or these are not wrappers around some, all, and none. At least some is part of the X-ray spec. I don't know if all, yeah, all is, I think, as well. I'm not sure. But these are actually different implementations, so I use fold left inside of those functions instead of just calling sum. And they work really well. So they do what they should. Now I have this function group by. You give it anything, a sequence, and there's a helper as well that says even odd, and then you will get a map back with even items and odd items. You can paste, or you can pass it an arbitrary function, and it will produce a map out of what the map will return. I will add an example for this to the documentation. I think it should be there. One really interesting thing I've got from a library that I really love, D3.js, is that they use accessors a lot to get to a value from a complex item to a single value that you then can compare or reduce or or group by. And I saw actually that is also part of the spec recently. It's in the data model. You have accessors as well, so I don't know. I will still show you how they work, so it shouldn't be that hard to understand. String data and node name and niled are accessors. We have, for example, a sequence of maps. Each has just a view, but they could have arbitrarily many fields, each of them. And I want to act upon the number of views now, because we all love numbers, and views we want more, right? So all of these functions here, all the three, they will do the same thing. They will retrieve the number of views for each of those maps. And I like that you can use mapget with a question mark, but you still have to remember that, which can be kind of hard. Therefore, I opted to write a function that you just give it the field you want to get, and you will get it. And there's also plug deep. I don't know if that's a cool name. I just called it that. Yeah, it might change in the future, actually, to maybe crossbow get. And you can give it a sequence of fields, and it will traverse into that map deeper and retrieve that value from there. So, I have my posts. Now I iterate over them to get all the views. And I filter out the ones that are greater than 10, that have more views. The good ones, right? And I get back my sequence. And it's cool. Now I can do an average, and I see which of my successful posts has, in average, how many views. But what I lose, and this was also part of the proposal yesterday, is I lose the item itself. So now I can give this accessor to greater than to the function, and will instead get back the items that I originally had. And I see I'm running out of time, so I will have to be a bit faster now. Sorry. So you can do this with all kinds of stuff. You can with an array out of nodes. And here comes the really interesting stuff. So I came up with a function that is able to combine functions and then run all of them. So if you have a really large sequence and have like 3 for eaches in a row, they do different things. You can now combine them, and the sequence will not be iterated over 3 times. Categorize. So I have stuff, and I want to know this is this category, this is this category. This can be done with an array of rules and the function categorize and an accessor function as we had before, and now I get an array out of items that match a certain category, and then I can label them to see, okay, I want to output it on a website, for instance, and yeah, have then a label attached to all of these, if you need that. It's not necessary to have that, a label. You may want to do other stuff with categories. The for each index I came up with before allows me to do something like array fill, where I can pass it a function, and my array will be filled with the return value of that function. Here is an error. The number of items should be here. So how large my array should be is there. And I can do interesting stuff with it. As you see, I now fill an array with a quadratic, a set of filters that are well, I'm running out of time, but the like 2 for less than 2, less than 4, less than 8, less than 16, and then I can categorize them accordingly. Okay, so let me stop here. I don't know if this is readable, but I think this is something that will evolve. So language evolve, and I really want you to take part in that evolution. And thank you very much. There's a lot of things I wanted to talk about, but I'm running out of time, sorry. Go shoot some arrows.
Thank you, and I agree that we are not too hungry, so we can still do the questions. So, questions, please? A lot of them. Okay. So 1, keep your hands. I will assign you numbers. Abels first, Matt second, third, fourth, fifth.
Oh, a lot of questions.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I really liked your talk about... I'm here. Hi.
Okay.
I really like your talk about using higher order functions in this way and with the arrow operator to have some form of applying the functions in after one another. And it fits very well with Michael Kay's talk yesterday where he asked, we need more higher order functions to work with, otherwise people are not going to use it. And I think you just made an excellent library here. And there was one question you asked yourself, that was about when is something a higher order function. And in my view it is whenever you have an item or a value, so to say, that references a function, then you are using higher order functions. It's maybe not the official definition, but...
It was more about the returning part. Is a function that returns a function automatically in a higher order function?
Yes, because what you're returning, you have to capture in, let's say, a variable, or you have to apply it again. So yes, that is also higher order functions.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Could you just pass the mic to Matt, because he's the second in a queue.
Hello, I'm over here. That was very interesting, thank you. I was wondering if you looked at other languages for inspiration for some of the more compositional aspects. So with Ruby's enumerator, you typically you wouldn't do necessarily something like for each index. You do an enumerator that has generated a new sequence with the index, and then you'd map that. And that works because you have lazy evaluation. So you're not actually doing 2 iterations of the array. You're just kind of doing all the steps kind of one at a time going through. And I wondered if you thought about trying to implement lazy evaluation for that kind of stuff in XQuery. And the other question is...
okay.
Sorry?
Yeah.
What was my other question? Partial function application. It looked like things like your greater than thing. The thing that would be lovely is if some of the built-ins would just, like, if you didn't give them all the arguments, it would return a function that then if you call that function and supply the next argument, and then you'd get what you want, which is the kind of thing you get with function currying and partial function application in things like Haskell and other stuff. And it's kind of super interesting for the kind of use cases you were looking at, I think.
Yeah, well, you could do that. You could write a function that, like I showed before, the reference to add 48 is exactly that, right? You have a question mark. But your first question was if I would do something that could use lazy evaluation. Well, it uses fold left in the background, so it's actually only going over over the sequence once. Yeah, well, but... It doesn't have to evaluate, it will still evaluate. Yes. But it has to be evaluated. Well...
Yeah, maybe you can discuss this detail over the lunch and we will pass to the next question.
Yes, you had a page with errors, and one of the errors was a sequence of values, and then an arrow, and then the stop. And I asked Michael Kay yesterday, so according to him, it should not return a problem, so maybe this is an exist implementation error and not a spec error. Have you considered that?
Which one?
Well, yes, on your page with... early in your presentation, you mentioned a few things that returned an error.
Only the first 2 returned an error. The third returned not what you think it would return, but a function.
Yeah, so I think it was the second one. But the question is, should it return an error, or is that an implementation problem?
No, it doesn't return an error. It's cool. Maybe we discuss that later as well.
Okay, you are next to the question.
Not a question, just an observation. Thank you very much. A lot of great ideas there. Apologies in advance if I steal some of them. I hope you'll take that as a compliment.
That's cool, that's cool.
I think it was me that first proposed the arrow operator, and I never imagined it turning out to be quite so powerful. So I'm very pleased to see that. Thank you.
And the last question.
So I don't know if you know the work of IFIP Working Group 2.1, who do a lot of similar things to what you're doing. One of the things I'd really like about what they're doing is that they've turned it into a mathematical notation, and with sort of general rules like in mathematics, like commutativity and things like that, so that you can transform programs sort of almost automatically from one form into the other. And they've done, it's called the Bird-Meertens formalism, that is what they did this work on. And it's quite exciting stuff, really.
Okay, I want to look into that.
Okay, I don't see more questions, so thank you very much again.
Thank you.
And obviously there will be lunch now, and we will meet in this room again at 2:30. So, bon appetit. idea, just like 30 minutes before we talk, or just you would like to connect it to some previous talk? So. Ah, that's cool. That's why we are doing conferences. We learn some new things and just to connect pieces together.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having finished all the lunch and being there. So this afternoon we will have a few presentations on some strange technology, and we start by XPorc or whatever. I don't remember exactly the way you write it. XPORC or something. Yeah, this one. Yeah, exactly. Thank you very much. It's on screen. Thank you, Norm.
Thank you very much. Am I amplified? I am not amplified. Am I amplified now? Well, it's been fun. I'll see you all later.
Okay. So again.
Testing, testing. Hello, hello. Testing, testing.
Is it unmuted? No, it's not unmuted.
Look at my tie.
Yes,
Is that better? Okay, I will speak down and I will speak slowly and it will all be okay.
And what about trying another one?
And I'll try a different microphone.
And then we will try to switch it on and off. Try to say something now.
Try to say something now. Is that better? Somebody in the back wave at me. Thank you very much. All right. Fabulous. Thank you. I'm going to talk about XPROC this afternoon briefly, and I'm going to do, sorry, this is slightly weird. I titled this talk Ready or Not because when is that legible or does that need to be bigger? We're all happy? Okay. When I pitched the talk, I thought if it gets accepted, then February the 15th or the 14th or whatever it is will eventually roll around and I will have to stand up here. So I better be ready or not, right? So I'm happy to say that I am ready. I was born ready. The XML, bring it. The next question to ask then is, are the specifications ready? And the core language specification went into last call a year ago, just a few days before this conference. And we did a second last call a few months ago. We got useful feedback from implementers. We improved the semantics of if and choose. If you came to the workshop we did on the unconference day, you will have seen some examples of that. We removed a function that turned out to be solve the general serialize a map function, so we decided to skip that one. We've tightened up the meaning of URIs, which I think is an interesting and somewhat risky thing to do, but it seems to be working out okay, at least in the test suite. We improved the semantics of viewport, clarified some details. It hasn't had a whole lot of further comment from either implementers or people that we think are experimenting, so we're pretty happy with that. The standard step library is coming along well. I am not going to read that entire list to you. If you're familiar with 1.0, you will see some old friends in there. If you're looking carefully, you will see some new friends. We now have steps related to archives and steps related to some things that operate on non-XML documents, which is handy. And we said we were going to do last call in February of 2020. It is, in fact, February of 2020. So should we go to last call? All right, let's do it. Let's go to last call. Let me find the browser window where I can go to last call. So I'm going to push the create a pull request button. And I'm going to create that pull request. And in order to update the other page, I have to create a pull request in the other repo, so we'll ignore that. So if we go to the XPROC page now and look at it, we will see that the core language specification is in last call and the standard step library is not. If one of my helpful editorial colleagues will approve those pull requests, then we will. Yes, when the checks have completed, all right, I've run this joke into the ground. Let's move on. We'll come back to that page later. There are additional steps not in the core step library, and in the interest of being done in this millennium, we didn't make it in the last one, unfortunately, we're not going to hold up claiming to be finished for all of these optional step libraries, but we have plans for dynamic execution, for file and OS steps, which are coming along well, and a variety of other things. And of course, you are free to propose new steps, ask us for things, get together in groups and invent some steps for the formats and transformations and work that you want to do. In particular, we have had some interest in linked data semantic web steps, but no one stepped up with the relevant domain expertise to help us with those, so you could do that. You are more than welcome. Are the implementations ready? Well, there are two, so that's good. Morgana XPROC from Akim is, I believe, going to go into public beta at the end of March. Did I get that right? End of February. Clock is ticking, end of February. My implementation is coming along reasonably well, and it will go into last call. It will go into public beta. I did. Yes, I'm sorry. I will from this point forward speak slowly, but I don't have time to back up. I mean, we're tight on time today. One question that I've been asked a few times is, what is the interoperability story going to be here? And I'm pleased to say that Achim and I are planning to try and be API compatible. So you should be able to plug and play them in and out in any environment you want. And therefore, you only have to write one plugin for Oxygen. You only have to write one plugin for the other thing you want. You only have to do one at a time. So we're hoping that that's something everybody's happy about. You can check out the test suite. You can see how we're doing. There are about 1,700 or so tests in there, and Achim has one failure. It's a minor failure. He's reporting the wrong error code. One of the things that we did in 3.0 is we allow you in try-catch to have multiple catch statements and catch on error codes. So we're trying to be more responsive about getting the right error codes. My implementation isn't doing quite as well at the moment. Those are my results from December, when there were only 1,600 tests in the test suite. I ran it again today and couldn't get better than 74.82%, so I didn't update the slide. But it's coming along. My failures are lack of implementation in some areas. There are now, I don't know, more than 100 tests for HTTP request, and I can do an HTTP request, a GET, with no authentication. So I've got some work to do, but I'm optimistic that we'll get there soonish. And that comes to the crux of the matter, which is, are you ready? And I think there's two important things that I should cover in the course of trying to help you answer that question. If you think about XProc, it doesn't exist in a vacuum. We don't just do XProc. We all have the need to interface with other services in the organizations we work in, with other services on the web, with other collaborators. And so in order to be really useful, XProc 3 attempts to do two things. It attempts to be more useful with non-XML formats, and it attempts to be easier to use. And I'm sort of going to walk through two sets of examples, including a live demo of my implementation. So you should be really at least 74% confident. And then I will take you through a little bit of compare and contrast, where we'll look at some work that Achim did most of, converting a significant, or a real world anyway, pipeline, the one that transforms DocBook from 1.0 to 3.0, and I'll show a side-by-side comparison of that, and we'll look at the improvements. So non-XML formats. Well, first I want to have a little aside about non-XML formats. Once upon a time, there were XML APIs, and there were XML descriptions of APIs, and all was good in the world. Except that XML was too hard, namespaces were confusing, lining up those begin and end tags is just much too much work. You can't expect a busy programmer to be able to do anything like well-formedness. So if you're not going to do XML, there is an obvious solution, right? We all know precisely what the next thing was. S expressions, of course. No, you're not ready. Never mind. In fact, what we now deal with mostly on the web is JSON API descriptions and JSON payloads, and those are much better than XML because all you have to do is line up the curly braces and you get much richer data. You just have to line up the curly braces, and of course that never causes any problems at all. There's no reason to think that this is an issue. I should say that if I load this up, and you probably won't be able to see the red underlining, but when I get to the bottom here, there is in fact an error. And I know what you're thinking. I know exactly what you're thinking. Stop thinking that. You're thinking that I'm cheating. I've made this thing into a great big blob, and no one would look at it like that, right? So I think that's fair. So here it is, nicely formatted. I'll page through it sort of slowly, and when you see the error, you shout out, okay? Don't let me go too fast. Make sure you have a chance to sort of figure out where the error is. I know where the error is and you've missed it. Yes, I'm making fun of JSON because it's fun. What we get now, even more interesting than JSON, especially for things like CloudFormation from AWS, which is what that example was, is YAML. YAML replaces all the curly braces and quotation marks and things with significant white space and indentations and hyphens, and we can be sure that won't ever go wrong. But YAML is interesting for this demo because it isn't something that you get out of the XPath data model. It's an alternate serialization of JSON, but from the perspective of XPath, it's just a binary document, or a text document at least. And so with my little tirade about formats out of the way, I'm going to walk you through a little example and demonstrate a pipeline that does something useful, and I've made it short because I've only got about 10 more minutes. I'm going to load a description of a web service that's in YAML. I'm going to convert that into JSON. I'm going to call that web service, and I'm going to print the output as CSV. And I'm going to do it live. So here is our first pipeline, and it has a p:/load, which is going to go off and load the YAML service description. Ta-da! So there you go. It succeeded in loading that file. My implementation, if you attempt to output a binary, just dumps the bits out. Emacs is actually putting the colons in front, a whole other presentation. So that's interesting. What are you going to do with the YAML? Well, we know that it's an alternate serialization of JSON. One of the steps we added in XProc 3 as sort of a can opener is called cast content type. And this is how you can say, you've got this thing in this content type, give it back to me in this other content type. And so you can go from JSON to XML, you can go between different flavors of XML. It doesn't do anything terribly sophisticated. This is not you can't go from image ping to image SVG, for example. And Akim and I and the other editors and some of the other folks who come to our meetings are concerned about how much of a Swiss Army knife we're turning this into. But for the purpose of this demonstration, because implementations are allowed to extend what they can do, I decided that casting YAML to JSON was perfectly reasonable. Oops, I typed the wrong key. No, it's got to be in there. So this time what it's going to do is it's going to go and get that service description in YAML and pass it through cast content type, and now we get JSON, so that's good. Now I've got that JSON context, and I'm going to use the HTTP request step to get the crew list service. And so as an homage to the fabulous tutorial that Akim did at Markup UK, where he had this complicated recursive pipeline that got Star Wars data from the Star Wars database, I pretended I had a little Star Trek database. So you've seen loading YAML and converting it into JSON and using that JSON as a first-class data type in XProc to compose an HTTP request service and make a request. The next thing I said was that I would produce CSV from it. Interesting aside here, what do you do for CSV? I considered implementing JSON to CSV in cast content type, and then I imagined the look that Akim would give me when I told him that, and decided not to. The other possibility is to have a new step. I could have an extension step. In the end, I decided to hack it with XSLT. It's complicated because you need to consider what you were going to do if the hunk of JSON you got wasn't an array of objects. If I go back to the previous slide, you'll see that's a nice convenient array of objects. So if I run this one. Can we not call it a hack if it's in the spec? We could not call it a hack if it was in the spec, that's true, but trust me, this style sheet is a hack. So there we go. There's the CSV output of the JSON data that came from the web service that was described in YAML and loaded in a pipeline. I'm not sure I'm going to go into any detail about it, but the style sheet that does that was new to me. I haven't written very many XSLT3 style sheets, and I had a JSON object, a JSON map that I wanted to be processed by XSLT, and so I had to work out various ways to do that, and I ended up using, actually if we go back, new in XPROC 3 is the ability to set the global context item for, and I probably should have said this is a XSLT 3.0 step, but I thought I would leave the style sheet in the presentation, which I will eventually put up on the web, just because it was marginally interesting to me to pass it through and walk over it in XSLT and produce CSV, crudely produce CSV, I should say. Right, so that was my attempt to demonstrate and actually do a little demo of some of the things you can do for non-XML data types. For the last little part before I open it up to questions, I'm going to compare and contrast some pipelines. Is there anybody here who's never tried to write an XPROC 1.0 pipeline? Yeah, a fair number of you. Okay, fair enough. So I will attempt to explain what these things are doing. Shorter is better. If nothing else comes across, shorter is better. So the XPROC 1.0 specification has a really complicated way of dealing with parameters, and it's a different kind of input port, and it's pseudo-magic, and it's complicated and awful, and it no longer exists. We now have maps, and so if you want to pass parameters to steps, to pipelines, to things like XSLT, you construct a map. There's one tiny little way in which that's not quite as nice, but it's so much nicer in every other way that it's not worth fussing about. Output and serialization. So in XPROC 1.0, you had to declare the output had to declare the port, and you had to include a p:pipe to say what step you wanted to get that output from. In this particular case, I probably could have left it out, but no, actually you can't in this case because it's a secondary output port. You do actually have to do that. And separately, if you want to specify serialization for that port, you have to have a serialization element that does that. In XPROC 3, we've simplified this considerably. The serialization properties are now a map on the output rather than a separate element, and we have a shortcut syntax that I won't attempt to go into detail on, which allows you to specify that, that pipe directly on the output statement, so you don't need that nested element. I should also say that not demonstrated in these examples, it's now possible for the output parameters to be sensitive to the kind of output that the pipeline actually produced. So if you run a style sheet and sometimes it produces text CSV, and sometimes it produces XML, and sometimes produces HTML, you can have the pipeline serialize it correctly, which was not straightforward in 1.0. So in 1.0, in this particular pipeline, there were some things that I wanted to do. I wanted to be able to change the base URI. I wanted to be able to output some messages, so I had to declare some extension steps. And the way you do that in 3.0 is you don't. Those functions are now built into the language, so you don't need an extension for that. Conditional processing. So one of the things that this pipeline does is if you've given it a schema, it validates your input against that schema. And if you haven't given it a schema, it doesn't. So it has to test if there's a schema. And if there isn't, that is to say, if the schema option is empty, it just does the identity transform, and otherwise it does this much more complicated thing. And this choose has to have two branches. The two branches have to have the same output ports. These were just constraints in the 1.0 design that we felt we had to do at the time, and we no longer feel we have to do. The 3.0 way is much, much, much nicer. We now have an if element which has the semantic of acting like the identity transform if the conditional is false. And so you can just do that, which is much nicer. If you want to pass parameters into a step, if you want to pass arbitrary runtime parameters into a XSLT step, for example, in 1.0, you had to do this with the funny parameter input port, and you had to combine them together in this sort of semi-magic syntax that you had to know about. In 3.0, it's just a map. So you might have to cast your input parameters into JSON, but then you can just merge them with whatever parameters you wanted and pass them in. I've stuck them in a variable there because of a cut and paste error, I think. But much, much simpler. If you want to combine the parameters together, you've got sort of the same problem with having to use the parameter input ports, et cetera. If you are doing it in 3.0, much simpler, just pass in the combined parameters as the parameters from there. How am I doing on time? I'm doing very well on time because I'm done. So that's XProc 3.0, and I have left 9 minutes for questions, I guess, which doesn't seem too bad. Any questions?
Thank you, Norm. We have plenty of time for questions, so any question over there? So Garrett? Anyone else?
Sorry, Garrett, before you ask your question, it worked. We're now in last call. I almost forgot that part.
Is that true? Because last time I checked, the link didn't work, so I got a 404. But maybe...
Well, yeah, that's because I put 2020-15 in the link instead of 2020-02, because, you know...
And the other thing is that I didn't see a branch for this in the public repo. Maybe it's only locally in your copy.
No, the pull request put it in... yes, okay. So yes,
let's wait another couple of minutes, and then it will probably be live.
Ordinarily, I wouldn't announce something before I'd actually checked that it worked, but given that I wanted to do the joke about doing it on stage, I didn't have that luxury. So my bad, I got burned for it. It'll be fixed soon.
Abel. Yes. You want to say something?
Yeah, I have a question about those parameter things that you showed earlier. You said in XProc 1 you do it this way, and it was very complex. And XProc 3, it's you don't do it that way anymore, and now you have maps, right? But my question was, the old way doesn't work at all anymore. I mean, is it compatible or?
No. There's no. We made no attempt to. The language spec has an appendix that lists the backwards incompatible things, but we gave up trying to make it backwards compatible. We hope to have a style sheet which will bring your 1.0 pipelines into the 3.0 world, but you're going to have to rewrite some parts of it.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe you have time for one more question. Over there.
Hey, Norm. Repeating my question from yesterday that I addressed to Rachel, where would a total beginner in XProc go?
Eric's book in about in a couple of weeks or a month, end of that's what's coming out at the end of March. Before the end of March. Eric's book before the end of March is your best bet. The specs, we hope, are readable. Lots of people in this audience would be comfortable reading the specs. We've tried to make them clear and complete, et cetera, but if you're looking for a gentler introduction with more examples, Eric's book is your best bet. There's information about the book on the table outside, and is there still a card for getting a? Yeah, there's still a card for getting a pre-order discount from the publisher. And Kanava stickers, yes, indeed.
Excellent, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Yep. Okay, thanks. So hello everyone. It's been a while since I've been at the main stage of a European XML event. I was surprised when I actually went and checked to find it was 1999 in Granada. Anyone at XML Europe in 1999? A few. Yeah, so I think I did a presentation then when I was predicting that it's good to store XML on your web server and use an XML API in the middle and then use XML in the browser, you know, so you could get rich events, interactions, and rendering from it. But it just shows what I know, I suppose, but there we are. So, happy to be here. Big long title, which could really be summed up as saying, I wanted to see if you could do cool things to Microsoft Word documents, but not using Microsoft technologies for standard use cases, okay? So why did I bother trying to develop this solution? Well, unlike many people in this room, I'm not very good at learning. Yep. Okay, no? Thanks. I'm not very good at learning from specs. I'm a very hands-on learner. I like to have a concrete problem, something I understand that I can go at and try to fix using my knowledge of the problem and my knowledge of the technology and put it together. And to be honest, I've been really dying to do a good XSLT3 project or practice to really up my skills in those areas. But the companies I work with, mostly publishers, they have in-house XML developers who tend to use the same sort of technologies they do, and they basically are not using XSLT3. So, as it was with XSLT2, I need to go in and I need to promote to them the benefits of using the new version of XSLT to get them over any humps that they have in terms of their knowledge, the fact they don't like change from one thing to the next. But to be honest, I didn't feel comfortable to do that when I myself had not done extensive projects using XSLT3. So I needed an XSLT3 project. In terms of pipelining, so I have used XProc 1 with Calabash extensions to do some quite simple things, some style sheet chaining, some validation and movement files here or there. But nothing as complex as, for instance, some of the Ant pipelines that I've developed over the years or the DTOT customizations. So again, I thought, well, a project where I can take that information and sort of combine it together. So why choose Word documents if I'm going to do a project on them? Well, while we can do lots of interesting things with XML, I mean, XML's popularity, I mean, really now is focused on documents. You talk to the API people, they really don't want to know. So something document-based, it's also my expertise. And Microsoft Word is, of course, out there being used by corporate users. By corporate users, I'm not talking about corporate publishers, I'm talking about legal firms. You get some numbering, but is it the right numbering? And outside of the XML world, there are some solutions for this. It tends to be custom templates, template management systems, which try to force you to use the right template, macros, Visual Basic, custom ribbon toolbars, to try to force some behavior into a user. But the user typically doesn't understand why they can't just do the things in Word that they want to do. And actually, they almost certainly can do the things that they want to do. They just completely override whatever custom user interface is provided to them. And there's very little feedback from these things. You're just forced to do a thing or something's hidden away and it just leads to difficult scenarios. So I visited in a previous occupation about 30 major legal firms in the UK and found that they've got a very interesting dynamic between the people who work there to do documents. You've got users who can write the content and understand the content, but don't really understand styles, definitely don't understand IT. You've got knowledge workers who are like librarians of styles who really do understand that stuff, but they're not programmers and they're not developers. Then you go to the development section, if there is one, well, they don't want to waste their time doing stuff with Word when they've got proper development to be doing. And IT people are just busy updating operating systems and don't really understand style sheets. So these solutions tend to fail at the time. The number of times I've turned up somewhere where there'd be a front sheet which has got their old address, because they can't change the templates, because they can't change the macros, because then they can't change the user interface. It all gets completely ridiculous. So can we do better? What about a standards-based solution which would allow people to manage styles in the template, use Word out of the box, and provide suggestions back to users in a language they can understand in order to define the rules for style and content? Well, anyone in publishing has had to look at Word within a Word XML workflow, okay? Some of the people originate the information in Word, it goes through different iterations. At some point it spits out Word XML, it goes into some XSLT, it creates XML. Usually it's wrong. It then goes back, just because we're trying to map lists to things and groups to other things and special elements to pieces of metadata. And all that XML has to be enhanced. And then God help us, has to go back to Word again because somebody wants to do a major change and you start all over again. And that leads to things being broken and inefficient. But there are and have been solutions. So the particular solution I'm going to show you today, I didn't invent. So Andrew Sales, sitting at the front, presented this, or a version of this in 2017 at XML London. And with this, we can use Schematron to analyze the XML within the Word document. So you're still originating in Word. It's still creating XML. But this time, we put it through Schematron. We get the reporting language response out, which provides XPath into the data. It provides descriptions of the error. We pump it back into Word as comments, because that's how we can interact with the user without breaking the document itself. The users will then see the document. So I'm just going to show a little quick demo of validation, because I wanted to rewrite this, not to use the same approach as we had before, which was a multi-step approach, where basically you write an XSLT to write an XSLT, but I wanted to use some more dynamic features. So here we have a small Word document, which is small but imperfectly formed. Go from heading 1s to heading 3s, manual formatting, and the cursor at the moment is flashing on a legal clause with a legal number, which you can see from the style is normal. It's not a clause style. It's not using proper numbering, and if you wanted to use further numbering, it's all going to break. So I've run an XProc. So I've run an XProc and I've created a... Okay. Testing. No?
It's okay now?
Yeah, okay.
Just put it in a pocket.
Thank you very much. That's very helpful. Okay, so now we get the document back. We can see down the left-hand side, it's got these errors. The errors, we've got an original comment passed through. The first one in red is an error. It says heading 3 must be immediately preceded by a heading 2, and it's not. That's just a rule. Of course, the rule is arbitrary. It's been defined in Schematron. You can have as many Schematron rules as you want. Then we have different users, which are warning users, which are advising that inline italic formatting is not allowed, that an old style, which is no longer supported in the most modern template, should not be used. And the third one's quite interesting. So it says this para seems to have a manual number 1. Consider replacing using styles. So it's spotted that it's found the number, found that it's not an auto number, and then suggested that they should have a fix. So if I change the program to use a bit more of a meaty document, we'll hopefully see that we can get enormous amounts of errors, which is, of course, was just in this test document. It can say things like it can match on errors which are not actually in the content. So the first auto-generated piece of text says that the style file itself, the very style definition, is out of date and contains an old style definition which should no longer be used. So that's not something you can change by typing in the document. That's actually There's sort of something wrong under the surface. But that's been identified by Schematron. We have a style here, new para style, which is using the old style. And basically the author could go through, finding each error, manually fixing it, even down to something where some style person has decided that everything in the list must have a semicolon, the second last one must have an and on and on and on. Of course, wouldn't it be better if we could actually do more? So these are the rules that we have in Schematron. So in this case, we're matching on a word paragraph, a P. I provided a library of helper functions, which can do things like finding manual numbering, getting suggested styles, which might use that manual numbering, and then feeding the text back to the user. These can be developed by someone who's a bit of an expert like us, or in theory, once someone gets into the pattern understanding of these, they can be customized and changed according to an organizational level. I said I wanted to get into XProc. Well, this is a simplification of the XProc pipeline, where we've got the inputs of being the master template to compare to, the docx, which is the document, the number of steps we go through, unloading, unzipping, wrapping, unwrapping, running Schematron, getting the result back, getting the SBRL, combining the comments, etc., etc. And so now, if anyone wants to ask me about XProc, I think I'm there, just as it's changing to XProc 3. Never mind, that'll be fine. As I said, we wanted to do a bit more. Rather than just tell people what's wrong, why not get fixes in? So we know about quick fix, again, things from the open standards. We get good ideas. Quick fix allows you to identify an error and then have it fixed. So maybe we could do the same thing. Rather than just use quick fix, I actually wanted to take a slightly different approach, whereby we could dynamically run functions to do useful things, almost like in an event-like way, based on the comments as you find in the document. So let's just do a little demo again. So this time I'm going to run the tool, but with a mode which says, please add fixes. Okay, and this time we've got a new user called fix with comments in there. And again, the user could go through. Most of the fixes, they're going to be single point fixes. They don't have to make any choice. But the good thing about Schematron is sometimes there's ambiguous circumstances. So for instance, we can come in. It says the head 2 must be immediately preceded by something else. So fixes, change the head 2 to heading 1, or change it into normal, or change the other thing into heading 2. So what I'll do is I'll delete the ones I don't want. I mean, this document does look pretty awful now, but we'll leave it there. So there's now only one fix for that error. I'll save that document. Again, rerun the tool. The reason I'm just changing all these parameters was because I don't want to have to type during a demo. Okay. And we can see in the trace here, although you probably can't see from there, it's actually just saying it's running functions. And I'll show you what those functions equated to fixes, which were assigned in the comment, which were left in the document. Those functions are being run dynamically, which is something we can do with XSLT 3. And when we look at the resulting output document, we can now say there's very few comments because after we'd fixed it, we ran it through Schematron again. I've left one warning still in there just to show that it has been validated. The document now, the para style, which was called old style 1 before has not only been swapped to be called style 1, but it's actually swapped over the underlying numbering and style sheets behind the Word document from the master template in order that it's now being rendered correctly in red. It's changed the inline style, which wasn't allowed. It's gone through the list of bullets, putting semicolons and ands in, whether it's numeric or otherwise. And it's changed the clauses to proper clauses, which I think is fairly impressive. So these fixes, I didn't have time to actually implement quick fix exactly, so I don't want to give it a quick fix namespace or markup. So I added my own little namespace and markup, but it's basically the same thing. Within the schematron rule, you just define what the fix is. In this case, there's a couple of fixes. The first fix being remove manual number, so it's an action. That action is going to become a function or call to a function. The function is kept in a function library. Developers can add functions to the function library at any time without changing the core code or even the core XSLT code. It will be checked whether it's available and ran if it is. This one simply removes the manual number, so it's going to run a function which then cascades down through the content, dropping what's necessary. The second choices of fixes basically went through a list of the style names which might be associated. So basically what it did is it found the numbering scheme like 1.2.a bracket, checked the master style sheet to say, well, what styles are there which invoke numbering schemes which match that pattern? Because that's probably what should be used. There might be one or two. There might be an appendix numbering scheme and a main body numbering scheme. And this would go through and dynamically list all of the alternatives. It would call a function called change style, and it would pass an argument, which is the name of the style that the user wants to change to. And that all gets encoded in the comment, and then exec and run. And you see this is all done dynamically. So no one's having to even program saying, if you see this numbering scheme, then swap to this style, because again, that could get out of date. And that's what these traditional old approaches always used to fall over for, because the code couldn't keep up with the flexibility of the style sheet. So what did I learn? Because I said right from the start, this is as much about me learning as developing a tool to give to users. Well, if you're going to dynamically call functions using XSL evaluate, then you need to use Saxon P or E, not HE, but that's fair enough. One thing which I lost some sleep over for at least one night was that everything seemed to be working fantastically, and I was calling, is the function available? And I was saying, yes, I found your function. I'm going to dynamically call it. And then it couldn't find it and fall over, not work. Or it would try and catch and caught. And that's because you need to mark all the functions you call as having visibility of public, which is something new to XSLT3 for packaging, etc. When you're calling evaluate, if you're passing in named parameters, so you're calling my function dot current context, some X path to something else, that's all fine. But then you're referencing some variable that you want to pass in. You also need to then reference that variable within a with param, or again, you get an error. Maybe someone can explain to me why afterwards, but we'll leave that for now. Obviously, dynamically calling anything or running anything, you need to make sure that you're not going to end up exposing your innards by then running a document function. So when I get these magical function names, I always attach a namespace, and that namespace will then mean you can only run one of the defined sets of functions. I make sure the arguments, other than the current context, are all just strings, or strings which can be cast as ints, and not anything else more like other functions, for instance. What else? XPROC. Well, I mean, I loved working with XPROC 1, but XPROC 3, please, as soon as possible. I think Norman, etc., will say that at the XPROC unconference day, I had my hand up about 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times. But the good news was, almost everything that I raised as being an annoyance, a difficulty, like variables within groups, lack of parameters, they're all have been addressed. And so they're all coming. And this will make XPROC 3 so much easier, efficient, and concise to write with, as we found. The other thing I found hard is someone asked a question about what's a good starter resource. There's a few bits and pieces on the web if you don't want to read the standard. But as soon as you start getting into extensions and things like zip and unzip, there's very few examples and the documentation is pretty darn poor. But we're getting a book. Another mention for the book. I think it's... So that's all good as well. By far the most annoying thing is XML itself. I mean, and Word's treatment of it. Any small, slightest thing you get wrong, and then computer says no. It just won't open, or it will say, I can try and fix this, but I'm not going to tell you what's wrong with it. And you know, whether it's the actual anything within the syntax within a file or the interactions between a comment and a comment extension and a comment reference, it gets very complicated. But once you've got it working, it's kind of fine. I don't know if I've raced through this a bit quickly, but there we are. So in terms of the conclusions, so I think there is no technical reasons why tools like XPROC, especially XPROC 3, XSLT 3, Schematron cannot be used to solve difficult corporate Word use cases. There are people out there, large corporations doing things which cost them a lot of money and they're struggling. You've got people in legal offices up to midnight between the big deal trying to patch together documents that are breaking and they don't understand why. They just try to, everything they can to try and fix it. Typically taking it all out as text, pasting it back in again, then reformatting it from scratch. Can you imagine? I think the difficulty will be around limitations of the technical staff to learn and use the technologies, which is why if the technologies get better, the more learning resources we can put together for cookbooks of XPROC, of presentations such as seen today about some of the things you can do with XSLT 3. I think a great presentation would be things you can do in XSLT 3 that you couldn't do before, but real practical use cases. But I think the biggest challenge is definitely going to be just trying to get over to staff who are not used to using our sort of tools, who'd much rather go and hack some .NET, hack a toolbar, and try to get around things. That there are different ways to work, declarative ways to declare rules, have them assessed with things like Schematron, and keep that code, that thing which lives and breathes and changes a lot, away from the heavy-duty document processing code that would actually fix the problem. I have one more sort of mini conclusion. That's a picture of an old dog, and he's about to do a new trick. So back to the learning thing. So if you read my paper, when it's finally published, you'll see that I say I run these functions using XSL evaluate. And that works perfectly fine, and is very neat, and works, does the job. But when I went to the Saxonica help page for XSL evaluate, it said, before you use this, consider using higher order functions. Okay? So I thought, oh dear, well, Michael says it, then I better consider using higher order functions. So I went to the spec, and I had cast my eye over higher order functions, and I sort of glazed over before and quickly. So I went back and I thought, well, let's try and find some examples of things that I sort of do with documents and things documented with higher order functions. And to be honest, I gave up and moved on. But then this morning, the gentleman in the front row, he also showed the use of a higher order function to dynamically run something. And so underneath, here's my first use of a higher order function. Function lookup as an alternative for XSL evaluate. Basically, we've got a variable, the name of the function, the namespace already added to it, the number of args, test if it exists, run it, or return an empty sequence. Okay? It's massively powerful, runs my functions do the thing, and then iterates on each other. I always pass the current context and the original context, because maybe the function will delete the element, throw it away, create a new element, put something in it, and then the next function's got to do something with that. So you always want the context. And while we were talking this morning, I implemented that, and it just works. So that's one. Only another 50 or so to go. And that's it. Do we have any questions?
Thank you, Colin. We have time for a few questions. Ah, I bet.
No. So, Michael.
Oh, Michael, okay.
Yeah, it's merely a detail in one. Yeah, here.
Oh, sorry. Carry on.
Was I the first or somebody else
You're
talking?
first, you're first.
No, go.
All right. So it's merely a detail in one of your slides. You said function available returns true when it's a private function. Remember that?
Yeah. 1 sec.
I don't think it should. I just checked it in the spec, and so maybe that is. Well, okay, if marked as public, then it returns true. But if it's private, then it should definitely not return true. Is that how you meant that sentence, or not?
I'll tell you what I saw, and then you can interpret. I'll try and do it the other way around.
Yes.
So my functions were not marked as being public or private, because in XSLT2, we didn't mark our functions as any such thing, okay?
True.
And so I then called the functions, function available, found them, and said, yeah, that's fine. You know, the choose before, off you go. And then the XSLT evaluate didn't find them.
Sorry, then XL evaluate failed?
Yes.
Yeah, because in XSLT3, where XL evaluate is available, when you don't give it a visibility, then it's by default private.
Yeah.
So that's correct. But you also said that function available returns true whatever you use. But certainly it shouldn't.
Yes, that was what I found.
All right, maybe it's a bug.
Yeah, possibly.
Thank you. Michael?
There'll be a rebuttal now. So.
I think I'm sorry I didn't follow. I might have missed a step because I was trying to chase up on something you said earlier. But at the end, you're using function lookup.
Yes.
To look up a function whose name is in a variable.
Yes.
I'm not sure whether this is true in your case, but I think 90% of the time, if you're doing that, you're better off having the variable containing the function rather than its name. So if you're holding function names in variables,
yep,
you're often better off holding the function in the variable itself.
So
and then you don't need to look it up by name.
Yeah, so I'm associating the function with the piece of content needs to be run on based on the only thing that I could get from Office to do, which was to hide the function name in a comment. Because I tried always processing instructions, custom elements. There's nothing you can do to XML that it won't throw away.
Okay,
I agree, but your point is I could load up all the functions.
If the function name is held in some external document, then that might, and outside the XDN space, then that's probably the use case where it is justified.
Yes.
Okay,
thank you.
Thanks.
Anything else?
Any other question? No? Thank you again,
well, thank
Colin.
you very much.
Thank you.
Hello? Oh yeah, that works. Yeah. Okay. So. Hello, XML Prague. I'm Renzo Kottmann. I'm the first timer here, and I'm also very happy to be able to give a presentation about XML Mutate, which I called the Declarative Approach to XML Mutation and Test Management. So I hope I can keep my talk short in order to have a lot of discussions, hopefully with you, about if this idea works at all or if I should stop on that. So because at the end of the talk I always forget it, so I had this idea which I present to you, but I couldn't have done it with all these people. So if you're watching this, thanks to you all, you made it happen. And this slide is just only about saying that I have a scientific background, and one of these concepts where I'm talking about is basically just because I did some work on data retrieval. And since, I don't know how many years, I just love coding, and I always loved structured data. And who is here? So I say it, I also love JSON, but whenever. Mostly I love XML, that's why I have the text there. So that's the content of my presentation, so my outline. So basically, I'm talking about this processing instruction and why I came up with this. And by the way, this is my Twitter handle, so I'm happy if you ask questions about this. So I try to answer the question, what the heck is this XML processing instruction about? And why did I do it? And then I hope we can discuss if this is a good idea, what I suggest here. So let me give a bit of background. So I am from Germany. I'm kind of working for a German government. And so it's very important to know that Germany is a federal state. So we have the German federal, we have all these federal states. So I'm from Bremen, which is even a so-called city-state. And then we have all these municipalities. And especially in IT, historically, they are all autonomous. They could always do whatever they wanted to do and implement whatever they wanted to implement. So this is basically, this ecosystem is a distributed system. And therefore, since somehow kind of more than 10 years, there was the German government opened the coordination office for IT standards. So that's where I'm working. So we are basically around nearly 20 people, and our whole task is the coordination of the development, operation, and maintenance of IT standards for the public sector. So that's our main focus until recently. And of course, because we are working this distributed system, it's all about interoperability about the system, exchange of data. So a huge success is a standard called XML, so which made it possible to really make movement in Germany and all what paperwork that's related to it much easier and much less a burden to citizens. So interoperability and data exchange is it. Basically, this shop is also about having a methodology about how we develop these standards. This would be an own talk on its own. But basically, so we are having like more than 20 standards. Not all are in our hands. So also other people develop standards based on our methodology. And we are also working on the European and German level. So we are partly member of DIN and CEN, which were already mentioned. And especially me, that's where I'm talking a bit more, is also developing the X-Rechnung, which is XML-based invoices for business-to-government interaction. So I mentioned some of this already. So we are, for example, ourselves have mandates and tasks, for example, to operate the standard called X-Rechnung, which is basically for German government and for North Rhine-Westphalia. All standards are for whole Germany, but like who are the main leader and how you say editors of these standards. We go for XBRL, which is about businesses and also about all what is related to family, like birth certificates and stuff like that. But we are also, that's one reason why I'm here, we concerned with innovation, methodology development, and also acquiring new projects. So at the very moment, we are 17, soon 20, and we are financed. We have a good budget. So I'm paid to do standards. So there I'm very happy about. And also context of how, where, in what kind of line of thinking my work stems from is, so it's about interoperability. And we are not just technically doing interoperability. So we are really thinking on all these levels of interoperability, from technical interoperability, also semantic interoperability, but also that organizations just talk to each other in a friendly, nice, constructive manner. And because we are concerned with public administration, it's also about like legal interoperability. So each state has its own regulations and that they don't contradict to each other and so on and so forth. So basically our modus operandi is that when we develop a standard, for example, we are the operator of the standard, then we are the ones organizing expert groups, best from whole Germany and all municipalities and so on, and discuss with them the semantics and what the standard should achieve and all that. So part of our methodology is then the so-called XEV model. So we basically do it model-driven. From this, we generate a specification for all people to read. And then on the technical level, so that's the main message here, we are fully XML-based. So we do XSSDs, we do schematron and code lists, all XML-based. And even the specification is done in DocBook. So this is like the picture of like the methodology, which is the standard for standard development. Here the main message is we are completely XML-based. So therefore I'm happy to see so many people on which shoulders we basically stand and do kind of work for Germany. So then my main task is, so how do you say, I'm kind of the technical lead, or I don't know what the official title would be. So I'm the tech guy involved in the standardization of what's called X-Rechnung, which is new to us in the sense that it's first time business to government. Before, almost all our standards were government to government. And it's about that this is a standard which is based on a European standard. It's just a very specific use of that standard. And we just added specific rules to implement German laws and regulations. So some of you might have seen this slide yesterday in Svante's talk. Here, I wanted to use this same slide to say that what the European norm did is, there are a lot of XML formats by standardizing invoices like UBL, even ISO standard, or CRI, which is cross-industry invoice. So we do basically an UBA model on a semantic level, which is basically just written text, and we define so-called syntax bindings. And these arrows are basically, technically, XPath into concrete instances of one of these syntaxes, which led us to the challenge that we have complex validation scenarios, because so X-Rechnung didn't do a new XML. We are based on these XMLs. We are just adding rules to that via schematron. So if you go for UBL1, so there's XML schema even for two kinds of invoices, like invoices and credit note. Then the CEN published schematron rules implementing the European norm level requirements, and then we add our so-called X-Rechnung schematron. And then we have to duplicate all that for a cross-industry invoice. So because on Twitter and also in the discussions, they were talking about like agile developments and so on. That's why I added just today, like 1 hour, this slide. So all our standards are open, so and like at no cost, and so no license strings involved as such. We are also open for X-Rechnung. We started to say, like, if someone has an issue with the standard on the semantic level, we have an issue tracker. You can just raise issues there, and we really will immediately start to work on this. So what I showed before, I think it's quite a lean approach to organizing standards development. And my main task is also like the creation of when we, with the expert groups talk, and we implemented in technical artifacts all this process of creation, this specification out of that, to automatize this as much as possible. But this needs testing, tests, and I think I said tests, because that's what the whole talk is about. Because, I mean, for X-Rechnung is the standard about, like, by the end of this year, everyone doing business with public entities in Germany is not required to send such an X-Rechnung invoice. But what our standard did is, like, every entity has to accept X-Rechnung standard. So if you do X-Rechnung, then you will know that any public entity has to accept it. If you did it correct, of course, but they will be able to accept X-Rechnung. So I hope this will be to an advantage to most of you. And also, like, independent if you're a German business or European business or international business. So therefore, quality control, I think, is kind of important. It's about money. And until recently, there was a rounding issue bug, just until a few weeks, and the standard is already, like, in production. So it's really about money. So basically, when I entered this project, I thought, okay, there are not much tests, and what I knew from all my work before is a lot can go wrong, and basically everything that can go wrong goes wrong. So Murphy's Law, basically. And also my practical all-day, everyday experience. And these rules that I just talking about, they are kind of complex, and they are overlapping, and semantically and also technically, and we have thousands of rules. So be better, and we have to have a consistent behavior across these different syntaxes. Of course, the schematron rules for the one syntax are different than for the other, but like semantically and all that, they have to be consistent. So when I entered this project, we basically, the testing was based on 16 documents, XML instance, 8 in one syntax and 8 in the other. And the generation of these test cases was on a custom test framework, which is nice, but it's just 8. And of course, we validate every time we do change the schematron rules, we validate against these 16 documents. So the main testing was manually checking. So I have to say, all these people, including me now, do a very good job on that. But as you all know, this costs time, and a lot of communication when you figure out some issue. So we are in need for better test management. So therefore, I asked myself, it's not my watch, huh? No. So therefore, I asked myself, so what do I really want, and what should a test management system, however you call it, be able to do? So these 16 documents, they test positive cases. So they test, like, this is an invoice, all the data is correct, and do my schematron rules and XSD say, yeah, that's correct. That's what I call positive tests. But we also have to have negative tests. Basically, if there's wrong data coming, so do we really detect it as wrong data? I will come to that later. And of course, I want to have many, many more tests than just like, let's say these 16 documents kind of test maybe like 40 to 50 aspects, but I want to test, like I said, no more than 1,000 rules. Each rule might have many, even more aspects, so at minimum, I want to have something like 1,000 test cases. So if you think in terms of test coverage. And of course, it's also kind of tedious, so that's why I showed it. We have to validate immediately against one schema and minimum 2 schematron sets. So I'm not using graphical user interface and click all the time, the whole time. So I want fully automated testing. So then I was, of course, that's why I said that I come from research. So I did research, do things exist in that area, and of course there are tools doing the one or the other aspect, but it was kind of like this moment when I realized, yeah, there are all kind of more function-driven and behavior-driven test approaches. I want basically a data-driven testing. So therefore, I came up saying, like, what I need is a tool which combines 3 aspects. Generation of mutation. So kind of change an original XML instance. Then, so I'm not testing the XML instances, I'm testing the validation artifacts like XSDs and schematrons if they behave. So I have to evaluate the validation. So and therefore I came up with evaluation of validation by formulating expectations on how my validation should work. And then I came up like, I would like to do it in a declarative way and not have, I mean, I love coding, but I don't like coding tests, basically. So what's mutation, you might ask yourself. I mean, what the heck did I do here? So let's have a very easy running example, which is basically, of course, I'm kind of contrived, but I did also kind of teaching in the past. So it's based on experience. So it is mandatory to record a month and day of an event. So kind of contrived. Don't ask how useful this rule is. So if I say, let's start with an example. So now test, basically, think now test-driven. I don't have an XSD, I don't have schematrons. Yeah? So I could come up with such an XML instance. So now where I just make an element and just text or whatever inside this element. So then with this mutation approach, that's why I say declarative and processing instruction, I can now, only as a test writer, I have no clue about XSDs and whatsoever. I want to take this original instance, don't delete it. So I add this processing instruction, which I call xmute for XML mutate, and say, I want to use a mutator, which is called remove. And I think you might know by name or what to expect. So this mutator will generate a second test case, which, or second test XML instance where this element is removed. So that's mutation. That's it. So I come from biology, that's why I used the term mutation. And then I was thinking about like, you can have a lot of mutations and a lot of discussion that I had. People were immediately talking with me about recursive descent and heuristic development of permutations and all that stuff. You could do it. I'm not against this, but I thought, start simple. So I came up with a list of simple mutations like empty an element, basically empty the text node, technically speaking, of an element or attribute, or add an element and attribute. You saw the remove, rename it, change the text content of a text node, add white space arbitrarily inside the text node, because sometimes you don't want to have left padding and right padding, white space and things like that. Of course, we also need an identity operator. Code is for code list values. This may be not the best name, and so on and so forth. So it's this list. I'm pretty happy with this list. So I don't know if I want much more or many more. So then the next aspect is like, okay, I have the original instance. I can generate from this as much more test instance as I would like. And then I want to express myself, okay, I generated a new instance. What do I expect from the validation artifacts then running against this new instance? So, of course, so I said I need schema and schematron. Let's start with schema. So I basically say, I'm expecting from the mutation, so from this removing, that then this new instance will validate positively against an XSD. So that's the only implementation I have right now. So I just write schema valid. So the question mark is from the processing instruction. It's not the question if it's valid. So, so the running example is now, the today's date, February 15th. So and now I could come up with an XSD. And for example, this XSD, what do you think? Will the expectation that the schema validates it to true, yes or no? Yes, I also say yes. I didn't have an animation for this. So, so this element month day is min occurrence 0, so it doesn't have to be there. So if I remove it, the schema will still say yes, all is fine. So my expectation is met. I say, I expect the schema validation to say true, it's met, so all is good. So, but now, hello, I'm a test writer, and I compare it against the business rule. It says it's mandatory. So I basically expect that the schema has to come up with a false validation, or with a validation result of false if I remove it, because basically this element has always to be there. So of course, then it's changed to min occurs of 1. Okay, I could have omitted it, but for the expressiveness. And now, what will be the outcome of this? Will the expectation be met or not? Yes, it will. Because now I'm expecting, hey, if this got removed, the schema has to complain. So this is a simple example. Now I'm spending a few more minutes. I'm running out of time. So coming from the biological background and data retrieval, there's this concept of like, if you, from search, if I search for something, it's the list of search results, what I expect, and so on. So I will just jump shortly through this. So I can come up with the schematron rule, and that's what I meant. Like, I once saw such kind of regular expression. Yeah? So it's like, I made it only in a slight change, a bit more dumb than it is. Already is anyway. I mean, I wouldn't go for a regular expression to test this, but then, for example, I can add another mutation. I'm still in the same very one original XML document that I showed you before. I just add another processing instruction, say, don't change it, identity, don't change this document. Of course, I'm expecting the schema to say yes, because the schema just did the structure. And the schematron rule with the idea of R1, I say, yeah, it's valid, so it will validate to true. So what this tests is basically a true positive. So the data is correct. I know it as a test writer that the data is correct. And now the result of that is it also really correctly accepts the correct value as correct. So that's the answer here. So and you can do it more complex. So and the basic thing, okay, video, I forgot it. So what is red is this, what you don't want from schema or schematron rules. Yeah, you only want correct validation artifacts always only accept true positive, so real good data as real good data, and always only excludes wrong data as wrong data. Or the two other combinations you don't ever want to have. So, however, I can just, hopefully it works. So it's implemented in Java. So I give it the schema it has to use. I give it the schematron it has to use. I'm saying where to, the dash dash target is where to save all this mutation in which directory. And then I give it, in this case, only one original document. So it has logging facilities. It's on debug. That's why a lot comes out. So I have a console output. So I don't have time to explain it. So, but basically, what it does so is, so it returned now with in terms of Unix with an error code and gives a JUnit-like-ish report about like how many of these mutations that I did met my expectations. And it does XSD and schematron immediately. So if one of these two expectations fails, my overall expectation on that mutation fails. So that's basically what I need. You can configure it differently. So shortly, you can also add test metadata. I showed it shortly, so I could say, hey, I expect this to be a true negative. I can give the test case an ID, and I can put keywords for categorization and grouping on this. So in summary, so I call it a declarative approach because basically in this processing instruction, you only say what to do and with which kind of expectation, what to expect from. There's no, I didn't say anything about how it is done. So, and because it's a processing instruction, came up with the idea, let's keep it simple, key value like configuration way of doing it. So with this, of course, it's implementation independent. And because we choose XML processing instruction, so no validator and no editor, so on, is, they just ignore it. Basic, okay. Of course, in parsing, they say, hey, here's a processing instruction, and all implementation have to ask, hey, is there an XML processing instruction? And this allows test writers to really focus, so it's separation of concerns, to really focus on does this schema and schematron express everything for my business need? And I don't have to know if the schema or schematrons, how they are done. Other people can do it. But I can just formulate my expectations based on the data at hand. So that's the very important thing for me. So I look on real concrete examples, and I am the one who's able to judge, oh, this is a positive example, this is a negative, and conceive the tests. So basically, I showed it to you. So it's this implementation is Java-based, so it works. I just published it on GitHub. This is just a mirror repository, but there's my handle for any feedback, always welcome. So it just works like this at the moment. It has console output. So that was the slide in case I couldn't have done it. And this is a list of like mutators, how we implemented them already. So in conclusion, I hope that by just very concretely demonstrating this to you, so one thing I came up with is I saw like, well, almost any project which does new XSDs or schematrons, especially in the standardization area, they come up with their own custom test framework. So, and already we had also an own custom test framework. So I hope that this approach allows it to use this for any kind of such development of XSDs and schematrons in any combination. And I hope it also shows you potential that it simplifies test-driven development, which I'm kind of fan of. So I'm not this test first necessarily, but I like to test everything. So, and it does like unit, you can do unit testing. So I've already used it in some repositories for automated testing only of schematron rules. This I would call unit testing, acceptance testing, regression testing. And yeah, and because of the simple language, I would say if you need something more, it's kind of pretty simple. I mean, a new mutator is just adding a new name. So, and of course, plug it into the implementation. And because of this clear separation of like, I declare via processing instruction all what I want and what I expect. So the language is totally independent of implementation. So any one of you, I mean, yeah, cracks who can do XSLT like crazy. And now I'm thinking I should try to do it with XPROC and not with my Java tool and things like that. As a hint, I really love that the XPROC modularize the XBRL. So I think I'm really in favor of don't do a console output or a custom XML, that the mutator just puts out XBRL. Because XBRL has this potential to say the validation against schema gave this and against schematron gives this, and then you can do all the necessary reporting on that. Yeah, so basically that's it. So I hope you might think that's okay.
We have time for a question. Yeah, Garrett. Garrett over there. I maybe missed someone. No.
Garrett Imsicke, LETech Publishing Services. I noticed it's not exactly related to the test that you have demonstrated. I noticed in the XÖV XSD schemas that you attached the minor version number of your standard to the namespaces of the document. So it's 1.0 and 1.1 in the namespace. Didn't you anticipate that there might be issues if you have XSLT that processes 1.0 documents and you need to change all the XSLT to match the new namespace? Did you consider that?
So yeah, so you're not referring to the slides. You're referring, you looked up
stuff. I looked up the XSD on the XV website. Yes.
Okay, there are many XSDs. I don't know which look. Yeah, it's an ongoing discussion of how to handle that. And because we are just coordinating, we are not always having like the last word on that. So it's basically community deciding on this. And I don't know at which standard you looked, so each standard did its own decision on that. But we can discuss it later. So we have ways of dealing with that. So we do a lot of migration scripts from one version to the other and stuff like that.
Hello. Did you look at more traditional mutation testing approaches before you settled on the one you did? And if you did were they just not, did they have significant negatives on your approach?
So if I understood the question correctly, it's like if I did research on like any other kind of mutation and things approach.
Yeah,
and how they relate to this idea.
Yeah, there are several decade-old mutation testing frameworks for other languages, which take a quite different approach.
So that's why. So there are two perspectives from which I answer. The one perspective is that all that I found. I'm not like. If you have some sources, I'm happy to consider this. So they are basically like deriving test cases or generating like XML instances from schema. So they analyze the schema and then do a lot of generation. Even we have our own tools. So that's not. So I wanted people to look at the data. So that's also why I call it test-driven.
So in the Mutant and in Ruby, which is about 10 years old, and Jest, I think, which is a Facebook thing, where they don't mutate the tests, they mutate the code and check that the tests fail when you...
This approaches, yeah. The answer is this is data-driven. And therefore, it's complementary to approaches, let's call it now behavior or code-driven testing. Of course, I looked at XSpec, for example. So this doesn't exclude to also like for a schematron writer who is the expert of schematron to use XSpec to test his own work. And this is like, and I'm the expert of data, and I tell you what I expect from your result of your schematron development and your schematron testing. So,
I think this is super elegant, and I was wondering if you tried the kind of like the thing where you would just knock stuff out at random to see what happens, and I think with your data would have to be so discrete that it would basically, I think, must probably be useless. I think this is much nicer.
Yeah, so that's why I emphasized, like, I started with the very simple mutators, but of course we are thinking about like much more permutation-based tester, but we just declare them there. Then. Actually, I have one which basically can test all this different choice. If you have an XST, there's choices, combinations with sequence and any and these stuff. So then you can also randomize the order and stuff like that.
Okay, thank you. No more question. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we have the last break of the conference. So you know the drill, and it's ended in 20 or 25 minutes.
through Schiphol on the way home?
I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
Geography not being my strong point.
How are you flying home?
I'm flying to Manchester.
Directly to here?
Direct.
To
make it, which is very... to get the funding and be able to be in the...
Yes, quite. No, I bought them at Schiphol, that was why. Yeah.
I'm sure, I'm sure.
But they're online.
I'm sure the evil overlord... bumped my head, so yeah. I wasn't careful. It wasn't hard, but yeah. I was so happy, and bam!
Thank you to be back with your coffee in the room. Hey, Adam. In the series of having everything on XSLT, we had last year, I think it was XSLT on XSLT and XSD on XSLT. I think we had pretty other things on XSLT. And now my understanding is that we'll have another X technology over XSLT. So XSLT is the new JavaScript.
Can't see anything on here.
Yep.
Oh, you need to...
So where do you want? Maybe on the t-shirt. Just in the beard.
It tends to fall off if you do it in the beard.
Really? Try. 1, 2.
All right. Can you hear me at the back? Can you hear me at the back?
Yes. Yeah.
I can't speak that loudly for long, so I'm going to have to... Can you hear me any better now? All right, I'm sorry. I have lost voice a little bit, so I will do the best I can. Can you hear me at the back? No, it's fine.
Save your voice.
Sorry for a slow start. My laptop will be 10 this year. If I'm having problems now, I'm really worried about when it becomes a teenager. Okay, who here uses XSLT? All right. Has anyone here had the problem that you've got a really big DTD that you've got to transform to something else, and the DTD has been revised? Maybe you're moving documents from version 1.2 to 1.3 or something of a really big DTD. Yeah, some people have that. So I've had about a dozen of those recently, as it happens, with multiple clients. Sometimes it was going back to an older version of a DTD, which is quite exciting because you find there's elements that are not allowed. And maybe it's got 300 elements or attributes, something like bits or jats. Has anyone here worked with those? Yeah. So what do you do? First, yes, people still use DTDs. I'm going to use the term DTD in this talk, and the software that I'm going to show you currently only handles DTDs, but in principle it could handle schemas as well for what it does. I have not had a need to make it do that. So, you've got 150, 300, whatever, however many elements in a DTD. It's spread in 20 files with inclusions in parameter entities. Every content model is 6 parameter entities in repeatable OR groups and sequences. And how are you going to see what's changed in the DTD? How are you going to figure out what would no longer validate with an identity transformation? And a slightly harder question is what might no longer validate with an identity transformation. So an example here, I'll take some examples from JATS, for example. XMLNS attributes, changing from being hash fixed with a URL to CData or the other way around. If in the input they're CData and in the output they're fixed, the CData could have any value at all and still be DTD valid. So an identity transform will generate something that will become invalid when you... It's not necessarily invalid, it just might be. So, what we do is we go to whoever publishes the DTD, let's hope it's not you, and, I mean, if it is you, you don't need to do any of this, you know what the answers are, right? You look for a change log. There's usually 2 kinds of change logs that you see. One of them is 14,931 entries long, and it contains every Git commit or something similar, and is just about useless. And the other is human maintained, and is fine but incomplete, but is a really good place to start, so that's what you look for. Then maybe you look for comments in the DTD. They'll tell you who maintained it, and if you're really lucky, there will be a change log in there, but again, it's maintained by humans. And it may or may not be complete, it may or may not be useful. So then you might try using, who here has used the Unix diff command, or the Linux diff command, or the, yeah. Who here thinks this is a good idea to use on a 10,000 line DTD? Right. 2 sarky bastards, all right. Diff doesn't understand those parameter entities, those macros that are used. Just as if you're using XML schema, diff won't understand substitution groups. So there is software around to flatten DTDs, to expand parameter entities. It turns out one thing people often do when they revise a DTD is they remove an element from one parameter entity into another. And this is just because it's an internal category of entities for them, of elements. And what that will do is it will mean all the OR groups in the DTD will have the elements in different orders when you expand parameter entities. So text diff is a fail. DTD diff, which was written by Earl Hurd based on some code by Norm Walsh, exists. It doesn't actually work on the JATS DTD, but if you flatten the DTD, it does. But it's trying to give a text-based difference. It is better than Unix diff because it says for each element which attributes have been added or subtracted, which content models have been, which children rather have been removed or added. And you get a huge text-based report. There's a package called DTD Comparator, which is part of DTD Analyzer. It also includes DTD Flattener, which turns out to be really useful if you're working with some of these large DTDs, because a lot of tools fall over with the parameter entities. I haven't figured out why, but they do. DTD comparator produces an HTML report that uses kind of HTML tables to show you the difference between DTDs. And it gives an initial XSLT style sheet that you edit. Now, I'm actually glad I didn't find this before writing my own tool. Comparator was a sufficiently unlikely search term that I actually didn't find it. And I was looking for a DTD flattener, and I got to the web page and said, oh, it does comparisons. But automatically generating a file that you edit is fundamentally wrong. Right? It's broken. Because you need to live in a world where you can maintain your transformation going forward when the next version of the DTD changes. So you need to be able to run that tool again without losing everything. So this isn't about sending a slight change request. It's about sending a change request that's the entire different way of working, which is slightly harder to achieve, especially when the project I found had not actually been updated in several years. And there were open issues such as it doesn't sort the list of children. It also turns out that you don't need to handle all changes in practice. It's very rare. So, for example, I have a client who's moving from JATS 1.3 to JATS 1.2 to JATS 1.0, that's right, for some of their files. And they just drop MathML because they have everything in tech, and the people they're sending it to want the tech alternative and not the MathML. So it doesn't actually matter that there's 15 million MathML elements that are incompatible. They just wrote to me and said, please just drop all the MathML. No problem. So I wrote a tool called Eddy2, named after a dead British king. It uses a SAX API to read DTDs. Not all SAX libraries give you DTD events, but some of them do. So what it constructs two empty documents that just have a top-level element and have the public identifier or system identifier you give it, and expands them, reads all the declarations, and ignores the fact that the document is usually not valid because most DTDs don't allow a single empty top-level element. It's fine. Generates a much more extensive report than the other tools. And it generates a style sheet that you do not edit, but instead you import it. And it uses a simple configuration file so you tell it which elements you've handled in your XSLT. That sounds weird, doesn't it? That's so that we have this cycle. You write a transformation, you run it on some test documents. Now, traditionally what happens next is you see validation errors and you scratch your head and puzzle them out, right? How hard can it be? Well, with a DTD with 300 elements, when you get a validation error, it's not always clear where that came from in the XSLT. Now, you could, of course, be using a fabulous tool like Oxygen, the XSLT debugger. That does help, but it's still a lot of work. And if you've got, say, 5,000 or 10,000 input samples, sample documents, you're probably not going to sit and run Oxygen on 10,000 documents. So what I'm doing is I write a transformation and I run it on the test documents. But that XSLT that I mentioned that Eddy writes, that you import, it's a 5 megabyte identity transform because what it's doing is it gives error messages in terms of not the input document, not the output document that you would get by validating, but the input DTD. So it will say things, the messages will say things like abstract contains overline start, not allowed in destination not allowed in destination. I was going to show you one, but because my display is a bit fragile, I think I'll leave that. So what you can then do, because the messages don't have a file name or a line number, you can sort them all and gather them together and deal with the 5 or 10 most common errors, which you might have 10,000 of first time round. Right, and this is really, you'll very quickly converge to a point where your 10,000 input documents all validate. That doesn't mean they're right, but they validate. And each time you deal with an element, I'm looking at automating that, I'll come back to that under future work, but each time you add an element to your style sheet that imports the Eddie one, you say, I've handled it. And you can say, copy in the configuration file, you can say it's manual or it's to be copied unchanged, or a few other things. And then the report has an index down one side. I'm going to hope there's a picture of it on the next slide. Yes, so here's an example. And kind of above me over here, this is an index to all the elements. The check mark means they're in the configuration file. If there's no check mark but they're grayed, they're okay. It's the same element in input and output, and it's got the same children. So I can ignore it. And if it's bold, it's not in the configuration file, or I've not marked it and it's different. And then here we can see for the role element, for example, at the top it's not in the configuration file. And children differ. However, all these children are already configured. And there are all groups with different children as the content model. And you can see inline media index, you might not be able to read it from back there, but there's some grayed out element names there because they're not in the destination DTD. And I can't actually kind of scroll down directly, but if you pretend I've scrolled down, I didn't save the rest of the index on the right for this one for no particular reason. You can see it's telling me that the attributes differ and gives me a whole stuff about attributes. What you can't see on this display is that they're color-coded in this. Some of them have a blue background, which you may or may not be able to see. The ones in a blue background are only in the destination DTD. The ones with a white are in both, and ones with brown are in one. The zeros are a little bit of an ugly thing, and I should change it. So I should just get rid of them. They are, if it's a 1, it means the element's fit. It means the attribute has fixed content. It turned out that the version of, I switched libraries, SACS libraries, and this library gives you 0 or 1 rather than fixed or empty string. Okay. So at this point I was going to give you a demo of the HTML report, but I think I'm not going to try that because I was having difficulty projecting. When I get to the end of my presentation, I'll try it. It is kind of fun. Generated XSLT has a template for each element in the source DTD. And it has comments in it with the 2 different content models, the attribute list. That's why it's 5 megabytes big. And it also has an XSL message. You can override the messages in the configuration file. You can with an XPath expression and a message. But the default ones turn out to be useful enough for almost every case for me. Maybe someone else would, want to do that. I don't know. So the template will produce messages. I might have a slide with. Yeah, here we are. Element sock has fabric attribute with incompatible value list, or declared in C data in source but fixed in destination, and so on. These are the kind of messages it produces. And and I can just sort them, sort pipe unique or whatever on Unix, and I'm unique -C, and I'll get a count and the messages. Because the messages will all be the same anywhere in the DTD this occurs, they all sort together. The point of this is that I can do a cycle. I can run eddy again when I've changed the configuration file. And I've said, I don't care about this particular element. Stop telling me about it, because I know that this customer won't ever have any. And those messages all go away. All right, so yeah, there's the sort. What I found most useful about this, though, was that the messages, before I had this, I would be running a validator against the output DTD. And I'd get messages like MML:sup unexpected, expecting content, and then 300 MML elements in an OR group. And I look at this and say, what's wrong? Sup is in there. Oh, wait, I can't have a sup after a, the order matters. Whereas, or, oh, look, sup isn't in there. Whereas if my error messages are in terms of the DTDs, my error message says sup isn't allowed in the destination DTD here. And it will generate an XSL:if test equals MML:sup, then XSL message, this element, whatever it is, contains sup not allowed in destination DTD. So, in production, what I do is XSL import, use when equals use eddy2 equals yes. And to make that work, you declare use eddy2 as a static parameter. As anyone here, use when is an XSLT3 thing, but it lets you have a conditional import so that you can turn it off and on. Because if you're running production, you don't need to load 5 megabytes of XSLT for each transformation, when really it is just an identity. It's mostly an identity. It can delete elements and change namespaces, but a few other things. But basically, it's an identity. So, does it work? It turns out it doesn't make custard. But I've found that going from one large DTD to another of the order of JATs, bits, whatever, can typically be done in a few hours to get to the point where, sometimes 1 hour less, to get to the point where all your input samples validate, assuming that they validated against the input, which not all clients will provide input documents that validate against their input DTD. Not all clients will tell you which DTD they want you to produce. They'll say, oh, did we tell you that one? We meant this other one. But I found that it's significantly faster than reading through the 2 DTDs. I also found that once you've got everything to validate, the report provides a really useful level of documentation. And you can navigate it easily. You can type the first letter of an element and it will scroll to the elements beginning with that letter, and has stuff like that. But it doesn't make it trivial, because the problem of converting one DTD to another is the same as the RDF problem of ontology matching, as it's called. So if they rename history to publication history in a DTD, but the changelog, the human changelog, doesn't say that, then the only way that you might figure that out, the eddy report will say, this is the context in which this element occurs in the 2 DTDs. So you've got an event element that occurs in this context in one DTD, in this context in another, and you might say, oh yeah, it must be the same. And then maybe, if you're lucky, you can get documentation. For JATS, it's one of these Mulberry doorstep things, the taglib documentation, as they call it, that tells you about each element. There are circumstances where EDI does not help. One of them is if your DTDs are not comparable at all, then it can kind of help to have EDI make a report with the same input and output, because then you get the report and it helps you view the content models more easily than looking at the DTD. And EDI doesn't currently know about DTD-specific items. Different versions of JATS have different ways of representing dates, for example. And people going from different versions typically want them converted, but you wouldn't guess that from looking at the DTDs. So future work looked at DTD-specific plugins, such as JATS dates. Turn the code from, it's really a prototype right now. It works, it's working for me fine, but it's a prototype. I would like to do some XSLT coverage report. I looked at using a Rex-generated XPath parser to check match expressions in your XSLT to see if, to see if you've got a template. When you in the config file you say I've got a template, do you have one? It doesn't currently handle element renaming, and that would be nice. It turned out that the library I used for the config file makes that really hard, but I'm just going to rewrite EDI2 and use a different library for the config file. Some people have asked for parameter entities in the report. So to see a version of the content model with the parameter entities as well as the expanded one. Supporting different schema formats. XSD is particularly hard. There's actually some fairly hard things about interleaving RNG, I think, but it should all be doable. I don't think there's anything show-stopping there, apart from it's a lot of work and I don't have any incentive. So probably what I will do is as soon as it's not a prototype anymore, release it on GitHub or GitLab. It's currently on GitLab, but release it on GitLab, and we'll see if other people are interested in helping contribute code for other schema formats, or I don't know yet. Okay. I guess that's it.
You mentioned the demo, no?
I mentioned the daemon.
Yeah, you said you show code at...
Sorry? Oh, a demo?
Yeah.
No, I don't think I can.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I'll happily show anyone at the break. Okay. My laptop's this screen is blank right now when it's not meant to be, so I'm not going to try switching between programs. Well, maybe I can.
So we have time for question, one or two.
Oh, there we are. Oh. I don't know if you can read that, but that is a live copy of a report. One of the things you can see is that it joins parentheses up to try and help you read content models. I think that's probably a pointless level of cuteness. If I type I don't know, I'll type a J. There's probably an element beginning with J. Journal ID, yeah, there we go. That one's configured. Content model is the same in source and destination. Attributes differ. So there's, and a little bit further down, I can see the list. Journal ID type is the one that's in both, but XML base, for example, is only in the source and not the destination. And journal ID is found in journal meta and related article near the bottom of the screen. And that's the same in both source and destination. This turns out to be really useful. So I've been able to add things, information as I think of it, that was not in the other DTD comparators and would actually be quite hard to produce in them. So that's actually been quite helpful.
Okay, thank you. So, question?
Yeah, Abel.
Oh, sorry.
Just a remark. I think it's very interesting indeed to analyze the XPath expressions in the XSLT. And you spoke of a parser, but using base X, you have an extension function which gives you the parsed expression as a tree. So this might be very handy.
Yes, although Eddie is not written in XQuery, so nor in XSLT. I could, but I don't actually have a DTD parser that can do parameter entities, and it might be the next speaker can help me with that, I don't know. Because XML DTD grammar is not context-free when you consider parameter entities as part of the grammar. I think.
Another question? Oh. Two. I saw you.
While he's going there, I'll also say I'm really most interested in you've got a template match equals foo, because in that case you've clearly handled the element. If you've got some complex expression, I'm not about to solve the halting problem to work out whether you've handled it or not. So it may be that it's sufficient for me to do something much simpler, because I only need to say, yes, that's definitely in the XSLT. That's enough. I don't know.
Yeah, you may have mentioned it, but then I missed it. Is this? Can we use this somehow? Or I mean, do you plan on making it publicly available, or?
Yeah, I was a bit evasive because right now it's in a private GitLab repository because it's a prototype. And it's a little hard to set up and not too hard. And it's written in an unfashionable programming language because I needed a language with Sax drivers that worked. So it's actually written in Perl.
Because there's still a lot of stuff out there that still uses DTDs. And
there is a lot of stuff that uses DTDs. There's a lot of stuff in Perl. It's relatively readable Perl because I'm always aware that I might be the person who has to edit what I'm writing. But so if you want a copy, you can come and talk to me. But I'm not distributing it because I want to rewrite it to something that's more productized.
Okay, well, I'll be in touch.
Yeah, that's fine.
So we have time for one other question.
Just for a quick clarification, did you really say someone wanted to go from JATS 1.2 to 1.0?
Yes.
That's scary.
It was a publisher of scientific journals who distributes to a number of feeds. I have two of them actually, two separate clients doing that kind of thing. One of them because they're receiving JATS 1.2 from an external source, and they're actually on JATS 1.1 internally. So that's 1.2 to 1.1. And the other one because they're moving to JATS 1.2, but they're giving files to various archives and other publishing portals or whatever in JATS 1.0. I actually persuaded them to use JATS 1.1 for one of their downstream, but it wasn't a big win because some of the others are on JATS 1.0.
Microphone.
Might not be who you think it is.
It might not be. One of the clients Liam is working with, I'm also working with, and I know that one of their JATS DTDs is heavily customized as well. So it's not even as straightforward as the standard JATS versions.
Yeah, that's quite common actually. People customize their JATS and then have to go to a standard version of JATS for sending to PubMed Central or whatever. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Liam.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Good, good. Can anyone see me? No. Because it's there. Oh, hello, everyone. Thank you very much for staying. Thank you also to British Airways for making sure there are, I think, a few more people in the audience than were originally attended. Better? Okay. So I have no excuse. If you can't understand me, it's because I'm unintelligible. I put in for a 15-minute talk, and Jyrke gave me a half-hour talk. I think this is a good thing. I don't think I could have done it in 15 minutes. I think I can do it in half an hour. We'll see how it goes. My name is Tom. I am principal consultant at XBRL, which is really just a vehicle for me. So it's not the best picture of me, but it's one of the nicest, I think, from last year's XML Prague. And I'm here to talk to you about the use of a parsing algorithm called early, implemented as XSLT. So XSLT early. So I'm just... And generally, whenever I kind of suggested this, I get the usual sorts of questions. What the hell am I talking about? Particularly when I try and discuss it with my family. Why would I do this thing? And how am I going to do it? Or how have I done it? Spoilers. So that's the rough outline of the talk. And I'm going to try and talk about some of the ramifications rather than getting bogged down into the details of code, because it's late and some of us want to go home. I'll talk a bit about some of the XSLT at the end. And if people need to know, want to see more detail, they can come and talk to me. They can go and have a look at the source on Git as well. And of course, you can read the paper. So the first question I expect people to ask me, if they don't already know a great deal about parsing, is what exactly is a parser? Well, actually, this isn't the first question that most people ask me. The first question most people ask me when I start talking to them is about what is XSLT? I don't think I have that problem here today, so we shall start at step 2 and talk about what is a parser. Well, at a very simple, fundamental, high level, a parser takes a string, and this is the string that I've used here for this proof of concept. It's taken from Stephen's Invisible XML slides, because I'm a great believer in standing on the shoulders of giants. And it's a short program. It assigns A to the value 0. And a parser takes a string and a thing called a grammar that we'll talk about in a second. This is the grammar for that programming language. And it produces a tree. And of course, we're at an XML conference. It's quite reasonable to expect that that tree will be represented at some point as XML. But the more general idea here is that we have a tree that is in some way able to be interpreted by a machine rather than by a human reader. Well, that's great, because that's the principle behind a lot of why I find myself using XML in publishing. So this is an interesting idea to me. I think it's good to have a good understanding of what we mean by a grammar. I think I'm fairly lucky here because in XML we have schema. So we're quite used to the idea of a document that declares and controls the grammar. But I think in the more general case, when we talk about a grammar that can apply to a string of text and to any markup language, we're not talking about schema, obviously. We're talking about things like Backhouse-Nauer format or EBNF. Is there anybody who hasn't ever heard of those things? Either? everyone's hand goes up. Is there anyone who's never heard of eBNF? You liar. So basically, grammar defines the language's syntax that we're talking about, the language that's embedded in this string that we want to release as some machine understandable tree. And it consists of symbols, labels, if you like. And these symbols can be terminal symbols. So these are things like strings or regular expressions that map to strings, character ranges, that sort of thing. And they can be non-terminals, which are symbols that refer to other symbols. And these things are put together in what we call rules, which is a bullet point I have neglected to create, where you have one symbol composed of other symbols, a sequence of other symbols. And you might have repetition within that sequence, just like you do in a schema language. And you might also have optionality, so optional components within that grammar rule. And of course, those two can combine. So that's kind of defining what I mean by some of the building blocks of this paper, this idea and this parser. I'd like to talk a bit about why that's useful to us. And I think we've probably heard some of this before. Invisible XML is not a very recent idea anymore. It's proposed by Stephen in 2013. I like to think that it's one of these ideas like gravity that has been discovered and formalized. I think it's something that's always been there in potentia. And it states simply that at some level, all data is an abstraction, particularly if we're talking about something that's represented as a string. We've abstracted it to a sequence of characters. So at some level, there's some abstraction, at least one layer of abstraction that's going on. But if all data is an abstraction, then any representation of the same data can be thought of as equivalent. It's merely a case of transforming from one to the other. And if the string that we have can be parsed with a grammar, if it can produce a tree, it's identical to saying that we can treat it like XML. And if we can treat it with XML, we can use the XML technology stack on it. How am I doing? I need to speed up a bit. So, why do we need to do this in XSLT, I guess, is the next logical question. I don't think I have to make a particularly strong argument in this room. I hope I don't. I hope we all love XSLT. You might even love XSLT as much as I do. But there are some reasons why you might not want to use XSLT, and people might ask, well, why use XSLT? Wouldn't it be more efficient to use Java? Aren't there already libraries that do this in XQuery? Yes. And if you're not using XSLT, this is probably not a tool for you. But I think there are lots of good reasons to use XSLT, and why not, you know? Particularly because if we have a solution that's available in pure XSLT, we've eliminated a lot of restrictions about which programs we can write. I have absolutely been in situations where the only processing I've been able to do on some content from, say, a CMS has been using XSLT. There's been no possibility of having licensed versions of the software or or additional Java libraries that I can call in. That's an unfortunate truth when you are even a young, grumpy old man. So it's nice to have something in XSLT. And of course, we've got a range of technologies that do this, that use pure XSLT to achieve things in the XML technology stack. And if we have a library available to us in XSLT, we can use those things in things like schematron, XSpec, and so on. Hang on. Some of you may well be thinking, this is all familiar ground, Tom, and there is an XSLT parser available already, right? And yes, there is. Well, there's a parser generator available. The Rex parser generator by Gunther Rademacher, which is available on bottlecaps.de. But there are some limitations with Rex. It's a great tool 90% of the time if you want to do what it does, and you don't want to have to wait for me to write the full implementation of Invisible XML, as opposed to this proof of concept, then go there and use this. But it has some limitations, okay? And the most inherent limitation here is it's an LL1 parser. It works by looking ahead. And that means it doesn't actually support all grammars, all context-free grammars. You can normally make it support them by rewriting your grammar, but that involves a level of understanding of grammars that perhaps you don't have. And it will also mean that you end up with an XML representation, a tree representation, that perhaps doesn't match up with what you want as a tree output. Other problems include the fact that the documentation for Rex is pretty much non-existent. It's a hobby tool that's made by somebody who collects beer bottle caps. And there's a very loose promise that one day when he retires, he might document it and release it. But you can produce an XSLT star sheet that you can import and use. And I've done that in the last few months for a client to generate schematron matches from XPath statements, for instance. There's another issue as well, which is, and this really is how I got started down this path. I actually wanted to write a DTD parser. I thought, great, I can go out, I can get the grammar for the DTD from the DTD spec. The W3C specs all include the grammar rules for the languages they define. Well, I say all the ones that I've been interested in have. So you can actually go and get this grammar. I shall create a parser using this parser generator, this tool that creates parsers. And I shall parse my DTD, and it will be no problem. But we've already had the problem pointed out to us. Can't deal with entities. I thought, well, it's an XSLT parser. I know XSLT. I'll have a look at it and see how to extend it. And of course, it doesn't really work like that. Because Rex parsers are not supposed to be read by human beings, which I assure you, I am one. There's no scope to use the tools that are baked into XSLT and the XSLT pull processing way of working, the imports and the next matches. All it does is create functions and state tables and sort of directs in between them. And basically what it boils down to is in that kind of parser, you can't change the input as you parse. You can't change the bit you haven't parsed yet as you go through and parse. So, and here's the example we've already talked about. So, the question is that possible? Can it be done? And it turns out yes. I have a proof of concept, it's working. I think it's a relatively small set of steps to turn it into an implementation. But we'll talk about the XSLT itself towards the end, if we have time, and if you guys want to. And the way to do it, I'll come back to that in a second. And the way to do it is using this trick. Again, I have Stephen Pemberton to thank for it, as well as Michael Spurberg-McQueen. I'll talk about that in a second. Is to use this idea of the early algorithm, which is a slightly different way of parsing. It's not always as efficient as an LL1 parser, but a lot of the time it is. And it can cope with any context-free grammar, and it can cope with ambiguous parses. More on that in a minute as well. So I wanted to just quickly point out that there is a slight difference here as well between what I've done and Rex, in that Rex is a parser generator and what I've created is a parser. So parsers like Rex, because they rely on these state tables and these look-ahead functions that are specific to a grammar, can only create a parser for a particular grammar. It just works on that one grammar. And that's why it's a parser generator. The XSLT parser that I've written actually works by transforming the grammar in an XML dialect as an input. And because you can give it any grammar you like in invisible XML as XML format, you don't need a parser generator. You've got a general purpose parser. So that's quite a nice feature. It does mean that the title of my talk is wrong. Sorry. I didn't know when I started. When I talk about parser generators, it turns out we don't need one. The parser I've written takes invisible XML as an XML format. And because we're recursing over that using XSLT, the most straightforward way of doing it is to produce an XML grammar. And we've got a great one available to us. Invisible XML has an XML syntax. Plus, it's geared towards producing and customizing the tree, the XML tree that you get at the end. So that's really convenient for our use case. So of course, that's what I chose. But hang on a moment. We've got a great tool for expressing non-XML data as XML. So non-XML grammars can be bootstrapped using this parser so that we can actually support any other grammar language. All we need is a grammar describing that grammar language in invisible XML. So that once it's parsed, the parse tree that you end up with is an invisible XML grammar. Well, that's great. We've got all these other grammar languages, and we don't actually have to write any more code. Winning. The other nice thing about this algorithm is that it deals with ambiguous parsing. So if you have a grammar and if you have a string, there may be more than one way of interpreting that string that's perfectly valid. I think the example that's used quite a lot is about maths. So A plus B times C. If your grammar doesn't have any knowledge of BODMAS or PEMDAS or whichever your favorite term is, then you can interpret it in different ways with the equivalent of different parentheses around the different operations and the order in which you evaluate them. And you might have a grammar for which that's totally valid. It's fine that there are multiple interpretations. LL1 parsers can't cope with those grammars. It's one of the big restrictions. But early-based parsers can. and then you can decide what to do with your implementation. At the moment, my implementation returns the first valid interpretation that it finds. But you could quite easily return them all, and you can quite easily control that as a parameter that you pass into your parse function. So you can choose whether you choose a single result or a sequence of results. Either way, the bulk of the work is actually already done with the early parser. It's just about how you interpret the thing that the intermediate data format that you create. So if we can return multiple results from an ambiguous grammar, why not parse multiple grammars and interpret them as a choice, as a sort of meta grammar that has a choice between the different grammar choices you have, and the multiple results you return, you can only worry about the first valid one. You've got a very primitive, not terribly well scalable, it has to be said, but you have a very primitive form of language detection. So that's another cool, quick and easy win from this approach to grammars. So if you don't know what your input string is, you can give it a list of grammars to try and return the first one. Okay, so I think those give us some quite exciting possibilities. How much time have we got left? We've got 5 minutes left. There's loads more stuff that I planned to be able to talk about early parsing and what we're doing with the tree, the kind of interesting things that Michael Spurberg McQueen inspired with his Palisage talk a couple of years ago, where instead of building a table of early items, which is what the early processor does, we're actually building a tree, and then all we have to do is prune the tree to find our results. And that's basically how the parser works. I'm regretting the fact that I don't think we really have time to do this now, unless there's general outcry and everybody really wants to see some XSLT. That's a no. I'm not offended. But basically that's the core of the idea. I'm not sure if it's truly early, because in building a tree structure, we've got an architectural choice about how we discover some of the parameters we need to do. We also have to change the processing order of how we process the XML, because we have information that needs to be passed from sibling to sibling, and then from last sibling up to the parent sibling as we process in document order. So there have been a few little hacks around that. And we're doing I'm using some functions as we go that basically recurse separately instead of returning the results along with the main parse. So I'm not convinced it's totally as efficient as the early parser, or that it's totally equivalent. But I can say that it is at least working. And my hope is that I can turn this into a full XSLT-based invisible XML implementation in the first half of this year. Have we got any questions?
Oh, yeah, over there.
Thank you, Tom. When you say that your parser can recognize the language of the input, are you talking about natural language? Sorry, I know that my intonation there suggested I was going to say something else, but I didn't.
All right, okay. Potentially, yes. You can express natural language using EBNF grammars. And the choice in what it is you're describing in doing so depends on how you write the grammar.
Yeah.
So yes, you can. You can use it that way.
You can, or you theoretically can?
Yeah, if you can write a grammar for it that my parser supports, then you can.
So we'd be
My
assuming...
parser implementation is not complete.
So we'd be assuming then that your grammar for the... Essentially, we'd be talking about n-grams and so on over the orthographic system of language, right?
You mumbled a bit at the end.
Sorry.
So there's sorts of grammars, this is beyond the depths of my comprehension, but Noam Chomsky came up with a way of categorizing language grammars. Any context-free grammar can be parsed using the early parser.
Right, okay, but the orthography of a natural language is almost always not context-free.
Well, then it can't.
Okay, thank you.
But I'm assuming that you can get subsets which are context-free and that this might work in those subsets, I guess. I don't know. Does anybody have a question not about linguistics?
Well, it has been tried to create context-free grammars for natural language, plus extensions like transformations and so on. But it all failed. Maybe in practice, but it all failed.
Sure. I assume that it's... I said not about linguistics, damn it. Yeah, that's not the main problem that I think we're trying to solve. I think we're looking at data. However, having said that, the goal is to write an extensible parser. And once you have that, once you have this library, then at least you have the option, if something can be expressed as a context-free grammar, that you can use this to solve that part of it, I guess. That's the best I can give you. Arbor.
Oh, my turn. Yeah, you said, shall we talk about code? And then 3 seconds later you said no. That's a bit sad.
I asked, you said nothing.
I was catching my breath. But if you don't want, I mean, it's the end of the day, so I can totally understand that. But I would definitely be interested in how you did the tokenization part, the parsing part, and everything.
Have a look at the paper. I am writing in XSLT 3, which I'm a bit new and unsteady with. I'm using parameters. I'm using map parameters to parse which non-terminals have been visited, so that we aren't reproducing work or getting infinite recursions. That's quite tricky. I had to write my own merge function because the merge options don't apply to maps within maps. Yeah, the paper deal talks about some of the challenges, and there's also a link onto the GitHub repository for the paper, which has got the proof of concept star sheet. So please do have a look at it. I am very interested in talking to people, because I'm sure that there are opportunities I've missed.
I'll have a look.
Thank you. Oh, okay. Still one question or a remark. So, microphone.
Thanks. The glory of early is that you don't have to tokenize. You have to tokenize with LL1 because otherwise no language will be LL1. But because early is so general, you don't have to tokenize at all.
So thank you all very much. Thank you. So we arrive at the conclusion of our journey. So thank you very much for staying up to the end. We saw some people leaving. I think there was some hurry to catch planes and so on and so forth. So maybe we can just gather, yes, all the team, please. Yeah. So thank you very much for attending this conference. You can see an extract of most of the team. Almost all of the team. Oh, yeah. Yes, of course. Thank you. Like this one. No. Don't do that. No. That's you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I don't have
Thank you. And rendezvous next year. Rendezvous next year. Thank you very much.
Please submit proposals. Because without no presentation, there will be no conference, you know. It will be just beer party.
Bye-bye.